So the first thing you must do when going into the business of agro-logistics is to find out what need is there. What do they want? Are they, because a lot of people go into things, especially logistics, not knowing the requirements of the environment. What do these farmers really want? What are their necessities? What's their pain? So I'll tell you for free that the biggest requirement of an average farmer in Nigeria is not just to ship or move his packages from one place to the other, but to help preserve it. Especially if this farmer is into perishable, the more perishable goods, like the potatoes, like the peppers, like he wants preservation. He wants things to be preserved. So storage is key, and the right kind of movement is key. So there are two kinds of shipping or logistics for agro, and that is movement of perishables and movement of things that are not perishable. The imperishables are easier, they are cheaper. You don't need too much force about them. To move kola nuts, to move unripe plantains, to move things like ginger, you don't really need too much effort. You don't need a temperature-controlled van. You don't need cold storage systems. You just put them in a truck, nicely package them together. You still need to package well. You need to put them in a good state and move them nicely across to the market. That's for those that are doing non-perishable. But people that are doing perishable, there's a requirement. There are a lot more requirements. So what do you want? What do you want to service? Do you want to service people who are struggling with perishable goods to move them from place to place? Or do you want to provide storage facility for them? Or do you want to provide temperature-controlled vehicles to move them to those locations? Which is more expensive? Your cost will go up a lot more. So first thing you must do is find out, where do you belong? What needs are you going to meet in this agricultural sector? You must find out that. You must do your research, know what you have, what are your capabilities, what are your skills, how much money do you have, and then where do you want to focus? Are you also, so what are the needs? What are the, and different needs for different locations, really. There's insecurity more in some parts of the country than in some other parts of the country. So again, you must find out geographically, where do I want to set up? Who do I want to meet? Who do I want to help? What kind of products am I going to move? You must settle all that first before you now start going into, okay, so what are the requirements? Do I have the skill sets? Do I have the vehicles? Do I have the capital to invest? Or do I partner with a bigger the bigger logistics company, maybe like UPS? You can partner with us. We have opportunities where smaller players can partner with us, and we'll help them do the work. They just do the initial groundwork of moving the package or moving the goods to a particular location. We can pick up from there and we can deliver. And if you have an account with us, you pay us at the end of the month and make life easier for you. You make a little deposit though, and so that we can work with you. So we can work with such people until they can find their feet and be strong on their own, and then have their own vehicles, have their own buses, you know. So we are always ready to support, help, partner with anyone. So
thank you very much.
I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you are saying that it is possible that someone can just be an aggregator fresh out of school, just make sure the goods get to UPS or plan something with you, the big player.
A specific location. Just create something whereby we can come and pick up, maybe in a warehouse, maybe in a location you have secured for yourself. We can come and do the pickup there, and we can come and do the delivery. We can do all that in collaboration with you. So you're like an aggregator working with us.
Wow, that sounds like a very, very low barrier. You still tell us some more about
yeah,
that.
But let me be very clear. We work more with we work more with more refined products. For example, we won't carry a bag of gari in our trucks, you know, or a bag of pepper. You need to do some work. You need to refine it, put them in well packaged, grind it, make it grounded, put them in nice packages like they are doing right now. Now, gari is sold in sachet, lubo is sold in sachet, plantain flour sold in sachet. We can work with you, but we won't carry your plantains and put them in our trucks because our logistics are a bit more refined because we cannot manage your products because it might take days on the road, things might spoil. So we'd rather you do some refining yourself, then we can pick up and deliver for you to different locations.
Thank you very much. So you have practically taken care of that perishable and non-perishable that you mentioned during your initial discussion of how to start. Now, Ms. Adetokunbo Adewani, how would you say, what would you say about this on starting for fresh out of school? What steps would you add to what Mr. Boralayo has said?
Okay, let me just turn back my video on. Okay, in addition to what he has said, you know, he talked about understanding the needs of the agricultural products. So the agricultural products are different. So what you would need for fruits will be different from what you would need for vegetables, will be different for what you need for grains, will be different for what you need for tubers, right? You can't just lump everything up in one truck and say we're moving. If I put gari and tomatoes in the same truck, for example, and the tomatoes are wet, and you know they start they are dripping, for example, that's going to make the gari wet. And at the end of the day, then you ruin the gari for whoever has put in the gari. So you need to understand what products do I really want to play with, right? You have to drill down into what product and what kind of logistics is this product going to need. Okay, so if you are thinking about cold logistics, right? You have to understand, okay, this is going to need cold logistics. If you are thinking about just grains, then you need to understand that that's what's going to happen. Then you have to identify the routes, right? What routes am I going to be taking? What hubs am I going to be taking? You have to map the routes. So if I wanted to go to VI, for example, from Ikeja, there are many ways to get to VI from Ikeja. But then how do I choose the best possible route? Also for my products, right? So if I'm doing perishable products and I decide to take the longer route, it means that I'm on the road for a longer period. So there's a lot of researching. It isn't just so much about jumping in and finding out along the way how things work, right? So I think Rolai also mentioned that some areas are insecure. So do you want to play in those areas that there's a lot of insurgency and all of that? You know, so you have to, there has to be like a clear-cut plan on paper. Then what equipment am I going to need? So for someone who is fresh out of school, you might not be able to get the equipment right away. So then comes partnership, partnering with people who are already established, partnering with people who have warehouses already, partnering with UPS. Then the last thing I think would be regulatory requirements, right, for handling and transporting agricultural goods. You might say that nobody is asking you in quotes, but if you are targeting the exporters, for example, or you are targeting processors who need to go through the HACCP process, right? There's some level of compliance that they have to go through to ensure that the products were secure in the process of moving them to your warehouse. So ultimately, it's a game of sitting down, getting all the information you need, and planning effectively and partnering with the right people, and also ensuring compliance.
Thank you very much. You have raised a very salient point here. So I would want to go to Dr. Joe. Now, I am fresh out of school. I have 100,000 naira that I saved from NYSC, and I want to go into any of the value chain of the agro-logistics business, trade business. Now, what is that minimum requirement that I need to meet so that this my 100,000 naira would at least be able to do something? I'll be able to turn it around. Even if the profit is small, I should be able to turn it around and get going in that logistics business, in agribusiness.
Thank you so much, Jamie. I often don't like to hide behind one figure because I know that I'm seen everywhere from all angles. I'm fatter than my finger. What I'm saying so is that 100,000 for a startup, wow, it's an Herculean task. Because from the point of where we are, what we do, even the UPS man will tell you, basically you need to invest in these things. So where we are in Export Promotion Council, we don't take logistics lightly. In fact, it is the main source of, or the string, the livelihood of services exports. And so we have what we call export for beginners when they come in. Unfortunately, a lot of them don't look at services. They just look at all the products they see in any of the markets in Rabat, in Aba, and everywhere. And so when we draw their attention to logistics, to services, they will now say they are interested in it. And to use your 100,000 might not make it, but you can still start small. And how do you start? I've mentioned quite a few things there by other speakers, but I would like to add that you need to be focused. You need to, first and foremost, without sounding academic, draw out your objectives, what you want to achieve within the space of being a logistics person. And then you assess your capacity, your capability. All this have been spoken to in terms of skills, how much you know about your ecosystem. I've heard my sister there make mention of knowing your roots. I think that speaks to optimization of your routes to make a shorter distance and achieve the same end. And that means you must be conversant with a geographical information system about your place. All those are what I think are skills that you need to put up in a strategy of how you want to achieve a successful logistics business outlet. As a beginner, you need to also be deliberate about choosing who the providers of this logistics are, whether you want to go to GIG logistics, you want to go to UPS, you want to go to which other one here? I know we have FOP logistics in Nigeria. I'm talking about our local place here because I like to start from there. And then when you know about them and the aspects to which they are strong with, you can make relationship, make advances as a beginner to learn, to improve your skills. And then I always talk to a groupage. I don't know whether it's the time to bring it on, but I think if you are a beginner, you need to rely on some other persons who've been into this. Or if you cannot, even if the person hasn't been there, you can start it up together, start a cooperative, 1 or 2 persons, so that you reduce the risk of what you might see. I think in a nutshell, skills and knowledge is important. Addition on the aspects of logistics you need to embark on is also important. It's also necessary that you know your ecosystem. And then lastly, you might be forced to employ some experts to lead you on as you start the journey in export logistics. Can 100,000 do that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I saw that Adetokunbo and Morelayo were nodding when they were nodding furiously when you said 100,000 naira is small. So I would ask, like, how much do I need to have to begin a logistics business, even if it is local?
Let me take that again quickly. It might look like a street example. COVID came to us. We were not truly planning for it. And you saw what happens. You see proliferation of small bikes here and there, even though I don't know the cost of those machines this time around. And what are they doing? All manner of names. They are playing the value chain of moving one goods from one place to another. And some of them even have grown to expanding the bike to look like this keke. I'm sure our audience know what keke is like. They cover the bike and are still using it. So if it's when keke used to cost 350,000, or now I understand it's going to 1 million, you can start small that way. And then from one motorbike that is doing Korea, you add another one and you add another one and you are growing. I think it might sound pedestrian, but you are talking about beginners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joe. How do you weigh in, Morelayo?
Sorry, I'm muted.
Yeah.
So thank you, Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe opened it brilliantly for us. And that is that everything in logistics, using 100,000 naira to start, it's going to be a stretch. Because for one thing alone, let me just start from there. To rent a bike, just a bike right now, as of today, will cost you about 160,000 naira monthly. You'll be making 160,000 naira monthly contribution. You can rent, you can lease, but just to rent a bike. So you're already losing from the very beginning. And the most important aspect of logistics that I always watch for is quality. Quality. Don't play around with quality. Don't tell someone that you're going to deliver in 3 days and you're not delivering in 2 weeks, and you now start explaining that this is my van broke down. You see something happened on the road. He doesn't understand that he paid for a service. So if you're going to do it well. So I think 100,000 naira is a bit of a stretch right now. We must be very clear about that. If you want to go into the logistics business, you can look for angel investors. You can, as Dr. Joe said, you can even partner with some of your people, NYC. Maybe 5 of you come together and increase that money to 1 million naira. Just ensure that you start well, and you're not cutting corners. You're not breaking down. You're not disappointing people. You're delivering, because you're in logistics or in a service industry like logistics. It's your operational performance that is the marketing. I don't care how many marketing people you have. I don't care how many sales people you hire. If what you are delivering is not performing at the highest level, that is, your marketing is gone, your brand is finished. Nobody's going to come again. People don't give, in the logistics world right now, number of people that will give you a second chance are very few, because nobody wants to waste their money. And now, because it's a scarce resource, everybody's looking for how to make money and use money well. So you can't go about delivering at a very poor standard. You just have to deliver at the best. Even in UPS, we hit ourselves very hard. I work with the operations person, I'm a marketing person, and I remind them every day that my work is dependent on the performance you put up. So everybody is putting in their optimum to ensure that they preserve customers and bring in more customers via recommendation. So the limit I will recommend that you start with is between 800 to 1 million naira. That way, you can ensure you have the right kind of products. You can ensure you have the right kind of packaging. Imagine transporting garri in a nylon bag. Before you get from Abuja to Lagos, when you get to Lagos, everything has just burst into the truck. You need the right kind of packaging material for garri. You need the right kind of packaging material for anything you're doing. You need the right kind of boxes. You need the right kind of cushion. Because you are moving in a very rough terrain. The roads in Nigeria are currently horrendous, let me say, to say the least. Now, a lot of bumps, a lot of ditches. I mean, you will need things to protect your packages and make sure that when you get to destination, they are still what was asked for, not something else that was being delivered. So 100,000 naira would not work. Again, there's another aspect in business which people don't even consider, and that is awareness campaign. They don't even consider that. Everybody looks for the warehouse, the office space, the staff, the truck. There's also money for awareness, and they don't come very cheap. Even the social media marketing skills that you will require on Facebook, on YouTube, on Google, using Google Ads, they're going to cost you some money. You need to create awareness. You need to draw the customer to you. You need to let the customer know that you exist. So I don't want to discourage anybody, but I'm too practical. I'm too realistic in life about everything I do. You will not do anything tangible with 100,000 naira. Sorry.
Thank you very much for bringing that up. And you have actually provided solution to that actually by saying that coming together, you and Dr. Joe, coming together probably in a cooperative, in different kinds of arrangements to make sure the capital is bigger, at least 800 to 1 million naira. Now, I'll let Adetokunbo weigh in on this. Before, okay, let me add to it that what if I have decided to now say, okay, what I want to do, because you mentioned also packaging is very important, cushioning. So what if I just say, okay, I am into logistics, but for now, I don't have money for bike, I don't have money for cold storage. What I have is I just want to package and then maybe support with marketing. Will that work, Adetokunbo?
Okay, so like everyone has said, the 100,000 naira is quite a stretch. I would have said that you should use the 100,000 to learn the business of logistics. Maybe you should go to a school of logistics. I'm not even sure it's going to be enough, to do that, right? But then, if the person is saying, I don't want to rent a bike, I don't want to get on the road yet. All I want to be involved in is packaging. In recent time, the cost of packaging has also gone up. So except you are starting really small, and maybe you are even saying that you are looking at niche packaging. So for example, if I was packaging beans, for example, and instead of putting them in those our normal polypropylene sacks, I'm saying I want to go the way of hermetic sacks, right? So that by the time it gets to destination, there are no weevils in it, right? I need a stock of those bags, right? And then when you're looking at what the costing of those bags is, I think that what the solution that Rola mentioned about coming together might actually make sense, because like he said, logistics is a referral business. I always tell people that in export, some people come to meet me, they'll say, so tell your clients to open accounts to our bank. I'm like, you don't know what they have to say about your bank. We have heard about your bank. You did this, that, and that, and that. And it's the same thing with logistics. So I recommended one of my logistics guy to my friend, and he messed up our transaction. And the guy still calls me frequently to recommend me to other people. I'm never going to do it again because he messed up someone's transaction. So logistics is about delivering quality service. So if getting enough capital to deliver that service sustainably, because we can't then in the middle of the month, we have started delivering the service. Maybe we got 100 hermetic bags and that was enough to cover. And in the course of the month, we ran out. So we now say, we've run out of packaging materials. So, but sorry, people are wondering, this guy, he just started. How come he has run out already? You understand? So it's absolutely important, right, to do it right, to do it well, to do it in a way that people who have used your service once will be able to say that, go to that guy. The guy is very thorough. Go to that guy. The guy knows what he's doing. Go to that guy. But then you need to deliver. So that quality delivery is what we are saying will cost now. It's not so much about the scale to which you want to do it. Because once you start delivering quality, then your scale starts going up. And then you don't want to have to lower your quality because you are stuck in the middle of transaction, because your working capital has been exhausted in the midst of the transaction.
So you are saying show must go on, no matter what happens. Show must go on. Okay, now you have mentioned, everyone has mentioned that quality must be delivered. The goods must be there on time. I've had experience of some people delivering on bikes, and by the time they got there, it was a food delivery. Rice and beans have mixed for people who wanted to buy amala. But now, they would blame that on infrastructure, on road and everything. Now, how do we go? Now, I have brought people together. We have raised the capital. We have got the branding material and everything. And now, truly, this is not lie. Infrastructure, my car broke down. How does agriculture, an entrepreneur, how does he negotiate these bends, these twists and turns in the road? Who wants to go first?
Okay, so I'll go first again. If I'm allowed, if Mr. Joe will let me go first.
You are doing already, sir.
And Ms. Tokumbo. Okay, so this is like an area where I have developed gray hair. I have more gray hair now than normal. Because when you have poor infrastructure, poor road network, poor connecting roads. In fact, there's a publication that came out yesterday that almost gave me another scare, or gave me another scare, really. And that was that Cameroon is about to release water again for its maintenance. I don't know if you can hear me, Timmy. Okay.
Yeah, you're talking about.
I can hear you. You're talking about Lago
so
Dam.
Cameroon is about to release some water from the dam again, concerning for its maintenance, repair maintenance in Cameroon, and it's going to increase. And they've already told us the hydrological agency of Nigeria has warned already that there's going to be flooding. There's going to be flooding all over the Niger, River Benue, like it normally happens. It will affect like 11 states. Guess what? It will make those places impassable. It will be so difficult. I mean, the road is already bad, well washed. Trailers are falling on the roads. All kinds of things are happening. And now you're now telling me they're going to flood the streets again, the roads again with so much water. Already in Maduguri, where I have some clients from my office, I have some clients in Maduguri, about 15% of that city is submerged in water. I can't reach some locations anymore because of the horrible storms that happened sometime last week. So there's a lot of infrastructural decay going on in the country, making life very difficult for logistics. However, the good news is that we've been here for, UPS as a company, we've been here for like 40 years. We know how to navigate some things. We can actually find, okay, if this route is not working, we try another route. Like how Tokumbo said, we find the nearest routes that we can optimize and use now. There's even some locations in the north where we use boat transportation because there's no use using road. There's no road. It's all water. So we move with water boat already. So it's because there's a flood. So we use a boat in the flood and try to make the most of every circumstance. So if you want to survive in the logistics space, I can say it categorically, you need a big brother. You need a big brother that can help you navigate through these things. And because you cannot do it on your own, the cost is huge. Already I have my driver telling me that some of the guys I work with, because I have some suppliers that I work with, telling me that the fuel price is no longer 750. In fact, it's now 1,000. So the cost has gone off the roof. So they've been trying to increase my cost. So you will actually need to work with people in this system. You will need it because some people have better experience knowing how to maneuver locations, going into insurgency areas. In the East, you can't even move around on Mondays. There's this sit at home every Monday. So there's a way you have to navigate all these things, work with your customers, know where to go to, know where to position. Sometimes you have to move things to nearby locations, stay there from Saturday, Sunday, Monday, then we're moving on Tuesday. You know, a lot of things you have to work with. And I don't think a starter has the capacity to go through all the things I've just mentioned. I mean, a trailer just fell down on Benin or a road 2 days ago. My drivers were there for 48 hours. What are you going to do? How are you going to manage that? But we can manage it. But a starter will not be able to manage all those kind of things that are happening right now. So my recommendation is that look for a big brother. Come to me. I'll help you out. Thank you.
Quite revealing. Look for a big brother. And Dr. Joe, what do you say?
Thank you. I have listened to my brother so very well. He has spoken well. I think the issues we're having, we should still thank our stars. We're not going to go into the politics of how the dam Cameroon is releasing or is not releasing, because that's another kettle of fish. I would say that we've known all along that we need to prepare some buffer, do our dams and see how we wage whatever water will be coming will be released there because it must be released. However, having said that, we have to be resilient to withstand and get over all these disruptions. And you've spoken about infrastructure particularly, but I think it's more than that. I would also use the word resilient infrastructure. We can think about building the warehouses that have climate resistance and then go green in source of power. I mean, what we do about having backups and then even developing our workforces, the training on how we can manage some of these infrastructures. So what he's spoken about, the big brother, to me, is that partnerships and collaborations must be reached in terms of research institutes or what government does and even what associations and networking will do because the infrastructures must work. Can we also see how we avoid physical infrastructures that we can speak to digital marketplaces, how we go more on online connectivity, maybe platforms for farmers and buyers, processors to link up, and then even importers, exporters, so that things could be automated. This way, we can somehow tackle what happens to infrastructure. We know that part of why we are always talking about infrastructure, poor infrastructure, has to do with the cost of things, the economy itself, and the power that we talk about, or the fear, cost of fear. He has made mention of so many things that inhibit logistics chains efficiency. And so I would like to go into that so much. But infrastructure has always been a big problem to logistics. That's why you have places, if we draw examples, if you look at why logistics in London goes well and better, because of including network connectivity, including their financial outlay. When you hear of the use of the Heathrow Airport as a hub for Europe, or even the, what do you call it, certain other ports around there that speaks to logistics, because they can do it. And I think that is the way to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I'm coming to Adetokunbo, but I want to add a little bit to that question, because I believe you have navigated that way, you know, as a player in that industry who may not be as big as UPS, but you have navigated it. You have benefited from the big brother, your mentorship, so to speak. So how can an aspiring entrepreneur in the agro-logistic go about finding the right mentor? And I would like if you answer this using real life experience.
Okay, so for someone who's starting off, how do you find people to partner with, and you know, how is that absolutely important? You know, so I played in the commodity in my career, and that was where I worked with for a very long time. And you know, the way logistics work for commodities was then go through the local parks. So when Johnny Man, there's Chatter Man, there are all those funny names that they have in all of those places, right? But it's interesting to note that in some particular areas, if you are going to move products, you can't move them directly. You have to go. That's another role that some of these people can play. To be a go-between, you are the one who is just going between and arranging. So there is that man who knows the owner of the truck, because the owner of the truck is not going to deal with you directly, right? So that man, then the owner of the truck. So he has agreed with the owner of the truck. He has agreed with you. He gets paid a fee for negotiating with the owner of the truck. You know, so that's one of the ways that people can start. You know, you can also join associations, right? So for this one, you might even need to go to the motor park, right? One of the things I have noticed, and I've always said, is that most of the people, apart from the big names like UPS and all of that, most of the people who play in logistics are not very, right? So it's a lot of the informal sector playing. I know that for most of this conversation, we are focused on transportation, but like there's also warehousing, right? And let me just talk a bit about warehousing. So if, for example, I was a first-time person going into agriculture, and I know what the requirements are to warehouse yams, for example, and I can get a store at farm gates so that all the farmers could aggregate at farm gates for the yams, right? And then whatever means of transportation would then pick off. You know, I have effectively solved a problem for them at the farm gate, and I have moved those products for them to destination. Okay, so let me just give an example of the moving commodities, like I said. Most times, what typically happens is, okay,
It looks like
got
your network
Johnny Man, you have got the Chatter Man, everybody is getting
your network, Adetokunbo, your network is not letting us
and
enjoy that.
It is time to
very
move
well.
the product's destination. If you had a driver, then you have to pay for fuel and all of that coming together to move the products to this.
I knew the network was going to be like that, but please, we please do not forget the thought you were making. Please, when you join back, I heard Chatterman, Johnny Man, and all. I will go to Morolayo to add to this. You know, how can we go about finding that mentorship, and what are some of the practical experiences that you've seen in the industry of a small agropreneur who entered into the logistics business, found Big Brother mentorship, and is now doing well? And I would also like you to touch on scalability as you answer that.
Okay, thank you very much, Timmy. Mentorship. So I want to use an illustration. It's actually practical. So I have this friend called Kule, and I won't mention Kule's name company because he became very popular. In 4 years, it became a household name in Lagos. So I won't mention this name. But his name is just Kule.
Safe space. Don't worry. It's a safe space.
So I met him. He came to my office. He came to my office in 2020. And he met me, a very nice, cordial young man. And he came with packages worth about, he went to move packages worth about, 100,000 naira. That 100,000 naira that you mentioned, he came with like 100,000 naira worth of package. He was an aggregator and he was doing food, because in 2020, just before the COVID pandemic commenced. So all through the COVID, he was still moving because believe it or not, there's a huge demand for Nigerian food abroad. Huge. I mean, so much because there's so much movement. The Japa syndrome is creating a community of Nigerians all over the world, in Canada, in US, in London. Restaurants are being opened everywhere. Everybody's eating Nigerian jollof rice right now, and egusi. It's becoming a global trend. Everybody's appreciating Nigerian food. So he got a lot of demand for food movements, for egusi, for what you call melon seed. And so he was always shipping them. He's not a farmer, he's just an aggregator that was just getting these things, packaging them and sending them. So there was a lot of issues, and I became his account manager. I'm not his account manager really, but because of my friendship with him, he'll call me at night, he'll call me anytime, and please, what's going on with this package? And I'll try and answer. So it was very tough in the COVID period. But he continued. He was the word that Dr. Joe used, resilient, absolutely resilient. And he knew that he had a friend in me. And I'll call on my operations people and we'll walk all through the night and try and see how we can move his package, even in those tough times. So after COVID, he continued. We gave him some good pricing because he was now beginning to grow. As he was growing, he was qualifying for better discounts. Because the more your discount, the more your volume, the more your discounts. So you're doing well. All right, so I was increasing his discounts. And this young man was walking through the night. He was using social media marketing. He was using all kinds of digital marketing structure to advertise himself. He was going from house to house, letting people know that, look, I can even move your own personal goods, food. If you have any family abroad, I can move. So he was not only working with farms, he was now working with people. And now it came to a point where he was paying me for his movement over 140 million naira every month. That's how big he became. He was paying me for moving his packages well over 140 million. He became one of the biggest mentees I had. But so everybody needs a mentor. And you find them, he came directly to me in my office and met me. But you can find them in other places. Forums like this, you can find seminars organized by the Exports Promotion Council. Dr. Joe's, their team is always organizing seminars and workshops. They even have organizations, groups. I know about a few of them that sometimes I've come to talk to them once or twice. And people don't just be somewhere logistics is talk. Anywhere there's logistics, be there. Don't be shy to meet anybody. Walk up to anyone. We don't bite. And I mean, this guy just walked up to me and I was so happy to have someone like him. Now I call him Baba Olowo. I met him when he was in 100K. He's now doing 200 million. I mean, he has grown in 4 years. Dedicated, committed, sleepless nights, but he has grown to something very big. And he has employed so many people. He has opened outlets all over Ibadan, the Southwest, Osun State, everywhere. He's everywhere now. He's scaled. So you talked about scalability. You only scale when you start pulling in the revenues, when you start making the profits. People will want to now invest into you. People will like find, oh my God, this guy is good. Let me invest into this guy. So he's gotten investors who have added to what he has, and he's growing, he's setting up, he's even left me. He's no longer under me. He now has his own string of buses, his string of bikes. He has now become my rival. So my MD jokingly said, you've created a monster. I mean, you've created a competition. You know, you did this because you babysat this guy. You brought him up. You gave him all the knowledge. I mean, he knew everything about the network, what to ship, what not to ship, what is available in the export in this country. This country does not take egusi. This one has, he knows it at the back of his hands. We educated him, trained him on how to package, best way to package, using vacuum sealing equipments, for his fishing, for his fish, using this, using that. And he grew so well and so fast, all because he took a bold step of meeting the players themselves, meeting them one-on-one. He just came and introduced himself to me. And by the time he met me, he met the head of sales, met the MD, met everybody. So don't be shy. Walk up to people, bring out your business card, introduce yourself, go to networking events, meet people in various industries, meet Tokumbo. I'm sure she will accept you, meet Dr. Joe, meet everybody. And then work with whatever benefits they give you. Look out for opportunities. This young man looked out for more discounts. So he knew that if only I up my game a bit, they would give me extra discounts. And I kept telling him, if you get to this target, I will give you more discounts. If you can meet this target, I will give you. And as he was doing it, we were also loyal to him, and he kept growing that way. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Moralayo, for that practical example. So from what you have said, I see that if knowledge is power, then mentoring is how to wield that power. Now that, do you still have addition to that, Adetokunbo? You kind of went away the other time when you were talking about the journeyman and the charterman, and I would like some light on that as to how this can, how entrepreneurs can go into this role and then make something for themselves and then scale onto the size of people like Kunle.
Okay, thank you so much. Apologies, my network went off for a while there. But can you hear me clearly now?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Network is strong.
Okay. Okay, lovely. So I was listening to what Roy was saying about networking and logistics, right? And I mentioned earlier that some part of logistics largely informal, or the people who play in the sector are informal. When we have export classes, for example, I say to people, just go to NACO export terminal, visit the place. If you're in Lagos, go there. Just go and look at how products are moving. And one of the things I have noticed about the shed is it's not, well, the last time I went there, it wasn't very organized, right? And so there are some things that if you wanted to go into the business, just by observing, there are some things that you would see by observation that you will do better just by visiting some of those places and seeing how things are currently done. There are some things that you will do better just by observation, right? For transportation, you could also go to parks, right, and see how things are running. Sometimes there isn't a need to create a new thing. The need is to do things better, right? Because if the only option I have now is the way it's currently done, I would stick to that option until I find someone who does it better. And immediately I find someone who does it better, it's bye-bye to all of the people that I used to know who weren't doing it very well. So sometimes it is just a visit to the market, a visit to the airports, to the terminals, the shipment terminals. Sometimes it's a visit to the motor park to see how the goods are being packaged, right? Sometimes it's a visit to UPS to go and see Rolla to ask him some questions. The interaction with the people who are establishing the business is absolutely important because it helps you with all of those blind spots. One of the things that happens when you talk to someone who is established in a business is some of those things that you had in your imagination that will not work. Immediately, the person just shoots down and says that this one is not going to work. This thing that you said, you are going to pass this road. If you pass this road, you are going to spend extra 2 days on the road. If you pass this other one, you are going to spend, you understand? So sometimes it is just that interaction, like he has mentioned, with people that will open up your eyes to see even things that you were not originally looking for. It's absolutely important.
Thank you very, very much. So to the audience, interact. Go to the parks, go to UPS, go to the port, go to NACO, and just learn by observing. Thank you very much for bringing that up. I find it quite insightful. So I would now go to Dr. Joe, and I want to ask, what are the top 3 do's and don'ts when starting an agro-logistics or trade business in agro sector? You are the custodian of information here, so, and I have just come, please, just 3 do's and don'ts. I have I have done several things, and now I just want to know how to navigate these landmines. What would you say?
Thank you, Temi. You are just lucky you're not seeing my face. You would have seen me frowning that, yes, that you were going to overlook me commenting on how to find mentorship. So I can use a minute or two on
I'm
that.
sorry, you can add that. Okay, let's layer it upon on your question.
Yes, because from what Morolayo said, this Babalo that he has mentioned could be an exporter that we groomed. And we don't do it alone. Nigerian Export Promotion Council, we stand as a fulcrum. We bring together, he has spoken at our forum severally, and we've also partnered with FOB Logistics. We've even done things with other logistics managers. God is good, and all of that, because we are a platform of advocacy. And then we build this capacity. We work with clusters, with aggregators, with those with special zone. We have what we try to create common facility centers. That is why when you talk of all that agro-logistics is about, it's mostly agri-commodities, which I can mention here for free that as we speak, as you know, I know Tukumbo also has also done few jobs with us, speaking to the fact that 57% of what we send out, what we do, are agri-commodities. In fact, semi-manufactured takes just 23%. So it is a source of worry for us that people are not mentored appropriately. And we have what we call export mentoring program, where in the course of looking for mentors for those that we are taking, we attach them to established exporters, the Olams of this world, the Starblings, the Outspan, and all of them for 3 months, where they go there and take lessons. And probably most of them, by so doing, will see those guys as their mentors. I've mentioned quite a few things about where you can get it. I think sometimes you can voluntarily move out to look for who your mentor is. You don't need to meet him in person, face to face. You just say, I want to grow my business as a starter in logistics. You'll get there. I think I will leave that there and go to what you asked me about the do's. From everything is important, because you keep talking about the 7 P's of logistics as you have in the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. The right products, the right place, the right quantity, quality, customer, transport, and even the condition of the goods. You talk about all that. But since we are asking for 3, I would say compliance to regulations. If your product has to do with food and drugs, NAFDAC is there. If you must get a single goods declaration certificate, customs is there. If you need vegetable to be certified, you have NAQS, plant quarantine, or Federal Prison Inspection Service must be there. And sometimes you need to have a stamp of NIS. I mean, what the man cap, son will do. So variously, even the PIS have a role to play. There's what we call clean certificate inspection, which is mandatory. When you are talking about these goods living, you must get that certification. So compliance is one. And I think too, you must abide to keeping inventory. Inventory on the products, inventory, even there's what we call the quality management system on what obtains the processes and the ins and outs of the materials and all that. And then communication within and without, within your space of the workers and within the ecosystem of logistics players, the stakeholders. I think you need to stay in touch. I think those are the 3 do's. I've said there are quite a number of them, but since you asked for 3, I would like to stop here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I wanted to do Oliver Twist and ask for more, but I'm looking at the time too. So I am sure that when we get to the Q&A session, there are still going to be questions around those do's and don'ts. So does Ade Tokunbo have anything about the do's and don'ts? Do you have some different from Dr. Joe's, the ones Dr. Joe's has stated?
Okay, I think there's a need to understand the market. What does the market need, right? I think it was Roland that mentioned earlier when he was talking about that the guy knew what each destination required. So what a lot of people think happens is that there's a one size fits all for all destinations. It doesn't work that way. Some countries will accept some products, and when you send it to some other countries, they won't accept the same products. So imagine if I was a logistics company and someone sent some products to a particular country through me, and then we found out at the point of entry into that country that product was a contraband. One of the things that you should have been able to provide to that client was the fact that this product is not going to go, right? And the more you are able to provide that service to your own clients, the more the client trusts you, the more the client wants to ask for what you think. So it's important to understand the different markets that you are playing in or that you want to play in, and their regulatory requirements. Compliance in Nigeria is not on a very high side. But when you are interacting with international markets, compliance is absolutely necessary. And ignorance of regulatory requirements or compliance requirements is not even an excuse. It's not something that discuss, right? So it's absolutely important that you continue to research the market, because the market is also changing. A friend and I were discussing about EUDR, that's the Euro Deforestation Regulation that is going to start in December. And a lot of cocoa exporters, palm oil, I think coffee or something, some people are still waiting. Some people don't even know yet, right? And then at 30th December, they're going to be rejecting their cocoa, and they are going to be finding out then, right? So it's absolutely important to stay on top of the regulatory requirements and what the market is asking for. We've spoken to building networks, strong relationships, and then we've also spoken to investment in technology, social media, technology, data management. How do you process your data? I think those are some of the things that we need to
do. Thank you very much. I come to Rolaya with the same question.
All right. Thanks, Timmy. And I think Dr. Joe and Tokunbo have said, well, they mentioned adherence to regulatory requirements, very key. And Tokunbo mentioned finding out what the need is, which is, you start from there. What is the need of the market? You cannot avoid knowing what the market needs. What does the market want? Does the market want 3-day delivery in America at an exorbitant price? Or does the market want it in 1 week at a lower price? You see, there's, I found out sometime earlier this year that I was working so hard trying to ensure that all my packages get to America, get to London within 3-4 days. And meanwhile, people are not interested in that. They're interested in 1 week at a lower price. So one guy who was doing a lower price and getting there in 1 week, was making more money than me. So the market changed when the cost of living in Nigeria went up. So you must know the need, and needs change per time. They change with every, now that the fuel price has gone up now. I don't know what they are requiring now. Maybe they want 2 weeks. They don't mind 2 weeks, but make sure the price is low. So everybody has their own, so the system, the country you are living in, you must understand your customer. You must know your customer, know him. And then I want to add also that customer experience. You must do everything to give your customer the best experience. You must be reachable. I was one day, I bought something sometime, and I went to report that the thing they bought for me was not right. I could never see their contacts online. I'm like, what kind of system is this? You don't even have, we can't even report, we can't even give you feedback. What kind of a company is this? I was so pissed off. And I vowed right there, I'll never go there again. You need to be reachable. You need to be communicable, communicatable, sorry. People must be able to express their feelings and tell you what is going wrong, because I found out that people that give me feedback are my best friends. There's a young lady who is always giving me feedback. My God, I love her. She tells me anytime there's a problem, so I know when to tweak, where to improve, where to go. You need to have a feedback channel coming back to you. Don't be unreachable to your customers. And since you're starting, they should be able to reach you anytime. You're a starter, so you should be able to walk into the night. Make sure that, because you're still building confidence, you're still building integrity, you're still building, that's what my friend Kunle always says, that even at 10 o'clock, I was still responding to his calls in the evening. And because in COVID, all my customers had gone, nobody could ship anything. So this was one of my customers that was still shipping. I had to give him 24/7 attention. And he was doing so much in that COVID. I don't know how he was managing it. And he was moving all over the world to different locations. And it was my responsibility to ensure that this guy doesn't stop. So customer experience is you cannot do without it. You cannot. Yes, and your customer experience, as I said before, is the quality of your service. Every other thing is secondary. Once the quality of your service is good, everybody will be happy with you. So look out for the quality of your service. Look out for your customer experience. Learn customer experience. Learn how to empathize with customers. Learn how to be nice. Learn not to be rude. Learn to be pleasant always. Learn to be enthusiastic. Let there be a brightness in your voice. Let there be a brightness in your eyes. Let people be happy to see you. Don't go frowning your face to a customer. Because the customer is paying through his nose for your service. You had better make him feel well. Because in marketing, there's a new phrase. It says, paying to pay for something is pain. Right now, paying is pain. Reduce the pain of that person paying. He's already going through a lot, pain. Find a way of reducing that pain by providing a soft landing, always. Don't say, you didn't ask me, that's why I didn't tell you. No, tell him or her everything she needs to know, or he needs to know, to make sure that package gets to destination. Don't say, you didn't tell me all that one. No, you go the extra mile and let them educate your customers. You go and learn, like how Tokumbo advised that you spend the money to go to a school of logistics and learn about logistics. Dr. Joe is there. Dr. Joe is always teaching. Go and register with them, Export Commission. Go and learn a bit more. And then educate your customers on what to do, how to do it, how best it should be done. Because every day, I just got a memo while on this call, actually. There's a new regulation. There's a memo that has just been sent to me now, stating that there's a new cost for missing packages. I have to go through that. I don't understand that. If your package is missed, you will pay some. I don't understand that. I'll have to sit down and understand it better. And then educate my customers. It's important. So, because your customers depend on you for the success of their package. So you need them for your business survival. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very, very much. This session has been quite revealing, quite insightful. And I am so happy to be with Dr. Joe Adetokunbo and Morolayo. Now, before we go away, let us quickly look at the questions that our audience are asking. Our 131 audience, they have questions here, and one of it is that I'll take them all, and then we can now just talk about it because we are far spent on time. So, what are some of the regulations? This is from Adetola Babs. What are some of the regulations, licenses, permits, and that new entrants need to have to run a local or foreign agro-logistic business? Are there bottlenecks to navigate to secure these licenses and permits? This is anonymous attendee. Does UPS have a training school for logistics and distribution for exporters? And another anonymous attendee is saying, on a point that Dr. Joe made, I want to ask, how can the logistics help in connecting processor to especially the local farmers? For example, my mother who farms cassava wishes to sell the raw unprocessed cassava. So how can the logistics unit assist her? Then how can we be part of the mentorship Dr. Joe is talking about? And what is the stand on the export of yam from Okuma Zara Farms? Okay. So yes, those are the live questions that we have. In case you miss anyone, I'll remind you, but please go first. I heard that Dr. Joe's name was mentioned a lot there, so maybe he should go first. What are some of the regulation, licenses, permits that new entrants need to have to run a local or foreign agro-logistic business? And what are the bottlenecks to navigate to secure these permits?
Oh, thank you very much, Temi. The first shot that you mentioned about joining as a logistical company, practically, later on, I'm sure Moralayo will add something to that. But if you are going to do a business, if you are going to be a business entity that will go into, let me say, service exports, or okay, logistics, you have to register with the Corporate Affairs Commission. You have to also, you should be able to realize too that everything you need to do must be in conformity with the CAMA of Nigeria. And then you register with Nigerian Export Promotion Council. And if you intend to look at the exporting aspect of it, because you need exporter certificates. Since we are talking of logistics, you should register. I understand newly now they talk about with Shippers Council, Nigerian Shippers Council too. So those are the things, but it is important that you understand where to get the regulations, the type of regulations you need for the type of business that you need to do. I've talked about that when I mentioned what do you expect from customs, what do you expect from pre-shipment inspection agencies, from NAFDAC, from NAQS, from NPIS. So I can also move to take the question about how can the mother who is a processor connect to people farmers. Yes, I don't know where he is or where the person who's bringing the question is, but we have offices in the 36 states of the Federation. We call them state coordinating offices. In fact, the major ones are in the six regions, South, South, Southeast, Southwest. You can get these addresses on our website, www.nepc.gov.ng. There we'll be able to bring from our data, a data bank of who we have links with in logistics. UPS has mentioned a relationship here. We also have a GIG. We work also with free onboard logistics. There is a Cargo Niger, and we can mention this to you and probably give you a referral, and so that you can get talking. If you are a processor, we always talk about value addition. What value have you added to the product that you have? We talk about fair trade, fair market, not just about who you involve in carrying out the processing, the planting, the harvesting, the supplies, but fair pricing. We advise on that. So there's a lot that we need to do, not just that you are a processor. We go out to give you talks on packaging and labeling, even packing. I can move on, and then export procedures and documentation. You need to know all this. And then I can also venture to talk about the export of yarn before I go into joining the mentorship. I think those are the areas that spoke to me directly. Export of yarn, just like maize, these days, you hear a lot of stories around it. Most of them are caused by those who are playing in the value chain, right from the farmers, the aggregators, the producers, those who are in logistics of it, and also the infrastructure that we don't really have. It's a whole lot of things to say about export of yam. I also hear stories that, yes, our yams are good, whether they're from Benue or they're from Nsukka or from Nasarawa, but they don't get to their destinations. Why? It's still part of what we are discussing now about logistics, about infrastructure. And then when they find their way into neighboring countries, they just go. So yam is exportable, but it is also one of the products that comes in and out because government can do what we call non-tariff barriers. You can talk about like maize, they say, oh, stop exporting maize. Like charcoal, sometimes they say you don't go into that because they're looking at the laws, deforestation. And I heard my sister there make mention of what the EU is throwing up about climate, about the environment. There are more. There's even the one you call EU 2022-741 that speaks specifically to use of pesticide residues. You need to know all this. It applies to the yam. What is the size of the yam that you want to send? What is the packaging that you're applying? Have you learned enough to know what the rule in the country you are sending it to says? And so much about yam. Export mentorship program. This export mentorship program that he's talking about is mainly for SMEs, and he can join. We have it frequently. It will take you like 2 to 3 weeks of intense training that we carry you through export process documentation, pricing and costing, labeling and packaging. We talk about Incoterms. We also go into even the risk in export, legal aspects of exports. What do you need to qualify? To qualify to take here. It's your interest because it comes free, though not so regular because it's fund intensive, financially tasking. When the time comes, I've mentioned the website, our website. You can also look it up. And if you're lucky from where you are, when we say free of charge, it depends on where we get it done. If it's in Lagos, you take care of your accommodation and maybe there could be stipend there to carry you through. And if it is in Kano, you also should be able to link up there. By the time you are through with the 3 weeks experience, we take you on a journey to see customs long room, practically to see what UPS is doing. And even we also have what could be termed as a masterclass, the one I said that we attach you to mentors to big players to learn there. But these things, we just graduate them, and we cannot take. I can mention figures that we've achieved so far on the mentorship.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joe. I
Yes.
really appreciate this. It's been very revealing. Thank you for taking those answers. One of the comments, one of the things I would just like you to restate is that website. People are asking for it. And then we will continue this conversation on social media, on the PSAG Cluster 5 social media handle is PSAG on Twitter, on Instagram, Facebook, and we can continue this conversation. Thank you very, very, very much, everyone.
Let me drop the website again.
Yes,
www.nepc.gov, that's government.ng for Nigeria. But there's a fast track. NEPC, N for
NEPC, okay.
PC,
N
P,
for
P
Nigeria,
for Paul.
P
Yes.
for egg, P for Paul, C for charcoal.
Yes, C for council, for yes, charcoal. But there's a fast track. We have what we call NEPC Connects. NEPC Connect hashtag takes all the inquiries right now. Is a recent platform that, because of our mantra for double the export, NEPC 35 redefined, where we have 20 products, selected products. Most of these agro products are there, targeting 10 producers, 10 companies in 5 locations, 5 countries. That's the mantra now, double operation, double your export. So if you go to NEPC Connect CONNECT, that you get most of the inquiries that you're talking about answered.
Thank you very much. In 30 seconds or less, what closing thing would you want to say, Morolayo, for someone who is fresh out of this education?
All right, so we've said it all. There's no need to go through the whole thing, but it's tough. It's doing business, actually, any business in Nigeria is very tough right now. So you need to be resilient, you need to be patient, you need to be committed. Don't give up, continue to go, because there's a lot of obstacles, a lot of issues you're going to face, but give your best and be compliant. That's a very important aspect that Dr. Joe and Tokunbo talked about. Make sure that you don't cut corners, don't try to, because you cannot cut corners abroad. If you once your package goes abroad, leaves the shores of this country, there's nobody you're going to talk to. They can destroy your package, they can send it back. There's no one that says, I beg, let me call this person. There's nobody you can call. In that system, yeah.
So, yeah. Thank you very much, Moralayo. Ade Tokunbo, in 30 seconds or less, what would you
I hear a lot of people telling me that, do you have anybody can talk to customs? Where? Forget it. So just be compliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ade Tokunbo.
Okay, so
Sorry, moderator, can you allow me to run? Sorry, Tokunbo, for intercepting.
No wahala at all.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Joe. We really appreciate you speaking to us all the way from Geneva. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I was going to say this, that there's a lot of information that we've passed across to you today. What I want you to do with that information is to build on it. Don't shut down. So some people have heard about the challenges. They've heard about the fact that you need to be resilient, and they are thinking, oh, maybe this logistics business is not for me. No, the other business that you're thinking about also has its own unique challenges, right? Every business does. So take action, and the action might just be getting educated. The action might just be getting certified. The action might just be reaching out to a logistics company on LinkedIn. The action might just be going to a park or going to narco shed, or, just observing the way things are done. But, don't shut down. Don't think that logistics is not for me. No, take action and keep moving in the direction of that your goal. And I want us to be back in 4 years' time, and they are also saying that you have a Abalo because you have also become a brand in the logistics space. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I'm sure we are going to have a lot of Babalos in the next 4 years. Thank you very much, Moralayo. Thank you, Adetokunbo. Thank you, Dr. Joe. It's been a very, very revealing one. We really, really appreciate. And with that, we are coming to the end of this session, the business of agro-logistics and trade, bridging the gap, efficient logistics for trade and success. This has been brought to you by the Private Sector Advisory Group and the BAT Nigeria Foundation, supported by Business Day Foundation. And the next session will be by 11 o'clock. So with that, I'm signing out. My name is Temiloluwa Bambushe. Have a nice time till 11 a.m. when we come back.
Bye-bye all. Take care.
Bye.
There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they see. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soul, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. This is our nation. This is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Anyone of this is able to begin a spark to change the world. We see innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna. The land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Yeah. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now. The land is green, the world is here. If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it. Yeah. But if all you ever dream is to go overseas, tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah. Oh. This is our nation, this is our land. Oh. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. So pass on that, pass on the Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. Oh, yeah. If we could only see the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they see. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. This is our nation. This is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna. The land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Yeah. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now. The land is green, the wealth is here. If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it. Yeah. But even you ever dream is to go overseas. Tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah. Oh. This is our nation, this is our land. Oh. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. So pass on that and pass on the time. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. Oh yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Oh, Nigeria is ours, we have everything. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they see. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. This is our nation. This is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to could only see the time is now, the land is grand, the world is here. If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it. Yeah. But either you ever dream is to go overseas. Tell me how you'll ever know the wealth is here. Oh, yeah. Oh. This is our nation, this is our land. Oh. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is great, the wealth is here. So pass on that, and pass on the torch. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is great, the wealth is here. Oh, yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Oh, Nigeria is ours, we have everything. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is great, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world spread. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. This is our nation. This is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Any one of these is able to begin a spark to change the world. We see innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna. The land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Yeah. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is grand, the world is here. If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it. Yeah. But either you ever dream is to go overseas. Tell me how you'll ever know the wealth is here. Oh, yeah. Oh. This is our nation, this is our land. Oh. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is great, the wealth is here. So pass on that, and pass on the torch. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is great, the wealth is here. Oh, yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Oh, Nigeria is ours, we have everything. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. This is our nation. This is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Anyone that raise is able to begin a spark and change the world. We see innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna. The land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Yeah. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now. The land is green, the wealth is here. If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities.
Good morning,
Yeah.
Oji. It's good to see you here. Can you
Yeah,
hear
thank
me?
you. Thank you. I can hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Good morning.
Would you need some help putting up the backdrop?
Okay. Is there a backdrop? Okay, I see what you mean now. The background.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, how is that? Was I advised to do that? I'm not sure. But of
Okay.
course, I can
So
change
we
my
can.
background.
No problem at all. It's good. It's good. And we all are welcome. Mr. Ucheyi Chubo, welcome. And Mr.
Thank you, Timmy.
Abiola, Mr. Abdul Abiola, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you.
It's good to have you here. And we also have Olakweju Umar. So,
Hi, Timmy. Good to have you here. Thank you.
it's good to see you. So, there is a revolution sweeping through every landscape. And many things are no longer as they used to be, we used to know them, including agriculture. Technology is the culprit, if we say that, or the facilitator or the catalyst behind that revolution. And it is not a silent revolution at all. That is why we today are talking the business of agricultural technology, embracing the digital revolution, technology as a catalyst for growth. This is the 4th edition of the Business of Agriculture Masterclass, brought to you by the Private Sector Advisory Group, Cluster 5. And BAT Nigeria Foundation, supported by Business Day Foundation. And I am very, very happy to have you with me here today. So I will dive straight into the business of the day, and we will be looking forward to get insights for people, for fresh agripreneurs who are hoping to enter the agric landscape via the technology route, via the technology value chain. So the business today is for you to help such ones, including me, to see how we can enter that business of agriculture via the technology door. So, with the first question, I would like you to also introduce yourself while you answer the first question. You can tell us what your background, a bit of your background, and then answer that question from that perspective. And the question is much of an introduction to, please provide an overview of how agricultural technology can be utilized to start and scale a business with limited capital. I'll be talking about limited capital, like not very limited like that, but limited to, let's say, I have just 100,000 naira. So, any of you, my panelists, can start. I can see a broad smile on Mr. Abdul Abiola's face, and it looks like he wants to start.
Good morning, Mr. Timmy. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, audience. My name is Abdul Abiola. I'm a business executive focused on driving economic as well as human capital development through development of different business sector. I am a recent Japada because the landscape, the entire globe, as I like to say it, there is a current changing world order, meaning there is a generational shift. The way we approach business from the past is no longer the same way. And that's what brought us today with how do we apply technology onto agriculture. So a little bit background of myself. I'm focused, as I said, different business sector. Our major core is agriculture as well as clean energy. For Africa as a whole and Nigeria to develop, two things or three things are key ingredients. Number one, most of us wake up every day in search of food. So I always like to say in our lifetime, we will meet a doctor once, a teacher once, a lawyer once, maybe once. However, we encounter a farmer every day because food is the top hierarchy of life. In our other endeavors for Africa to grow, we are in dire need of energy. Africa is full of abundant resources, from agri-table lands to mineral resources. For us at A2 Group, we look at different projects, how we can use business to become a catalyst for development. I always say, I wrote a column a couple of weeks ago, and I mentioned that the world is in crisis. And whenever we hear the word crisis, it can either mean danger or it means opportunity. In China, they actually look at crisis as opportunity. And that's why you see a lot of Chinese problem all over Africa, because it's tons of opportunity. And thank you for that question in terms of how do we apply technology into agriculture. For us, we focus on, one thing I noticed that's common in Africa and in Nigeria is everybody keeps looking at the negative aspect of things. However, I want to encourage everybody to start looking at the positive. Look, we have challenges, whether we like it or not, they're here. How do we change the narrative? And technology is something that is a key that's going to drive us into that next world. Nigeria is just moving into its first industrial revolution. The West is at their fourth industrial revolution. Nigeria, we are moving from our manual way of farming and just now moving into mechanized system of farming, which is fantastic. Now we have brilliant mind. I visited a gentleman in Abuja that innovates machines and mechanized equipment to start approaching agriculture from a different perspective. For us to change the challenges that we have to become innovators. My internet right here might shy away, and I always like to say that because I like people to understand that everything we use, or most things we use in Africa, are not designed for Africa. I have Starlink, however, the satellite is not pointing towards us, so it's not going to work appropriately. From the containers we use all the way to, if most things we use, even the vehicles we use, are not designed with us in mind. So that's my driving force on taking my experience to come back to Africa and use it. And, how do we start innovating? How do we start developing? In technology, the 100,000, if you have a mobile phone, there are apps, artificial intelligent apps that you can use to optimize your farm. There's an app called Plantain. I'm not sure if anybody is aware of it. You can practically take a picture of your crops, and the app will scan it, give you all the details, and give you information on how to optimize the plant, how to care for it. There are different technologies out there, whereas we can use it to speed up. Now, I want to encourage Nigerians as a whole, farmers as a whole, and all individuals, like whether we like it or not, technology is here to stay.
Thank you.
It is a new day, new age. We have to embrace it. We have to keep this conversation going, and we can start innovating and start writing our own stories moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdul. And that was quite an opener. Thank you very much. And you see, when you were talking, it just takes me back to something credited to Chinua Achebe, that it's until the lion starts writing its own story, then the hunter would always get all the glory. So we need to design our own technology. Now,
absolutely.
Thank you very much. We are talking about this tech now for entrance into that business. So I'll go to Olakweju now. How do you feel? What do you think about this question? That, okay, we want to use technology, we have limited capital, and how do we make the most of it? How do we bring all this together?
All right, thank you so much, Timmy. It's a pleasure to be here once again. Now, I'd attack the question from my experience, right? You have 100,000 naira. When I saw, when I heard that question, I was like, you know what? Is the person really ready? Because 100,000 naira, honestly speaking, maybe like Abdul said, you need to just go online, get some AI apps and all of that. But on a more serious note, you really cannot attack a problem that you don't know about, right? So I would advise the person who has 100,000 naira not to put all of that into trying to get trying to get technology first. I would advise that you start from the basics. Using myself as an example, when we started My Food Angels, back then it was called Mile 12 Market Woman. When I started, I literally had nothing, but the only technology I had was my mobile phone and I had a car, right? And we were able to fulfill orders through that. What do we do in My Food Angels? We move food from the farmers and we move it to the consumer. Simple and plain. That's what we do. But as we started to scale, what we now decided to do, when we saw that we had the food utilization, for instance, in the open market, only about 26.7% of the food in the open market is fit for consumption, right? And that poses a very, very big problem, right? A lot of the food in the market are being wasted. And so we decided to start going back to the farms, right? And start working with the farmers to provide high yielding seeds, right? Hybrid seeds, because what we see in the market is a lot of them are probably low quality. We started with tomatoes, right? So we fund the farmers with seed to plant, and we are ready off takers for the farmer. And then we now built a platform that allows the farmer to be able to interact with the consumer, right? So, but we first of all went to understand the problem before we started applying technology. I think for somebody that doesn't have more than 100,000 naira, should be looking in that direction. Start small and then start scaling it as you get more investments. However, if you still want to, maybe you have the idea, you have what the problems are, and you want to create solutions. I would say things like probably when I was trying to brainstorm on what you should even be applying technology, this kind of technology you can get for 100,000 naira. I'm thinking stuff like fertilizer applicators, for instance. They're not so expensive, but I don't know how far that can take you in the large scope of things. But like I said, understand the problem and then begin to use technology to apply to solve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olapeju. Now, before I go to Uche and Soji, I'd like to add a little bit to the question. Now, when we mention agri-tech, there are a few things that come to mind. For me, I'm thinking of an agri investment app. For some people, they are thinking of a drone. For some people, they are thinking of some mixture of organic fertilizer here and there. And of course, that is also technology. So I would want you to, as you answer that question, the 100,000 naira question, also talk about some of the trending technologies or the technologies that are in the markets now and that are solving particular pain points. So, Mr. Uche, you want to go?
Yes, thank you, Terry, for that question. So first of all, let me bring us all on the same page with regards to agricultural technology. It involves applying both software and hardware innovations to improve farming efficiency, productivity, and sustainability. Right? These innovations can range from, like you mentioned, digital platforms, mobile apps, and advanced machinery and sensors. So for entrepreneurs with 100,000, honestly, this is super hypothetical, but let's go with the figure stated. All things being equal, so to speak, I would advise entrepreneurs getting started to lean towards software-based agri-tech ventures because this is most accessible as a starting point with that kind of capital outlay. So software solutions like mobile apps, data analytics platforms, early warning signals. I was sitting down with a couple of agri investors who manage private equity funds. And one of the issues they have is a lack of viable business to invest in, right? And this is not because there is a lack of actual business to invest in, it's just there is no connection. So while Thrive Agric has successfully created a platform that connects local farmers to retail investors, which is the everyday man, there seems to be a gap in the market for the same sort of farmers to be connected to actual venture capitalists, right? So an app that is literally the same thing, but targeted towards, say, venture capitalists would take off, if you ask me, because I've seen, that there's a gap in the market there. So yeah, that's my 2 cents. I would, kind of like what Madam Olapeju, I think, yes, said, information is key, to be honest. I would first arm myself with adequate information to solve the problem, at hand. But, with that kind of budget, software-based solutions would be the best thing. And in today's world, that's become easier than ever. There's a guy trending on the internet called Blake. I forget his surname now, but this guy literally, without writing one line of code, created 2 applications that has literally turned him into a millionaire in US dollars. So it is really possible to create software now, even with very little tech background.
Thank you very much, Uche. So how do you weigh in on this, Soji?
Yeah, thank you, Temi. Good morning, everyone. My name is Soji Soyaolu. I'm the CEO of the company called SMART. For us, what keeps us awake at night is exactly what is being discussed here, which is how do we use technology to drive productivity, maximize crop yield, and while at the same time unlocking the power of agriculture to combat climate change. So, interesting topic, but we come from a different perspective. And that's one of my interaction with a grower in Nigeria. I'm not a farmer by profession. I'm a technology person, and I run a technology company. I was interacting with a grower in Ibadan, and I asked her a very basic question. And that was, this your business. How much did you spend last month, for example? The last 1 month, what was the outgoing of your farming business? And then she began to struggle that, okay, let me think about it. I said, okay, let's not go to the last 1 month. Can we look at the last 1 week? How much did you spend? And she just, she could not answer the question. And I think that's so fundamental that, for anyone on this bridge wanting to start a business, and listen to all the panelists here, at the heart of every business is data. And that for us is what we started with. For example, we call it farm data. Collect as much information as possible. And that is a finance record, farm operations record, all of those information. If you are going to tap into capital, let's keep the 100,000 naira apart now. You need X amount of money. You need loads of such information to share with those people that will eventually give you the capital. But today, what I see, unfortunately, in the last landscape is that folks aren't treating agriculture as a business. And to the point that was asked, for us, one of those things we build as a company is to build mobile application. Any farm app is available, largely free for most people. You go in there and you have such capability to document your information, finance record, sales record, operational record. And then it becomes easier as you interface with business people, for example, bankers, insurance company, that the information, the interaction with those people becomes very objective because it's driven by data. It's not emotional. They need X amount of information. You share digital information with them, and then that grows their confidence, and the capital naturally will flow to that person. So I think to start with, it will be farm data that whoever has that 100,000 naira to think about what is the size of the farmland. If I want to grow, how large is this farm? And most people interacting with farmers, for example, in Nigeria, what I see is, yes, such comment as, I was told it's 2 acres. So I was told practically they don't know the size of the operation, the theater of the operation, and those basic information, in my view, we make planning very, very, very difficult. So, to your question, 100,000 may look small. I would say such a person should get a decent mobile application. Look for different apps. I can recommend any farm to you. Check it out. And then begin to look at how do I start with documenting information. There are loads of field agent roles across Nigeria. You work within the farm and you are acting as a field agent using this app to collect this data. You learn from the rope, and over time, you'll be able to raise your own capital as well to do what you intend to do. So,
thank you very, very much for the way you have brought out those points. So from what you, my panelists, have said, and from some of the things I've heard through the period of this masterclass, I see that the places requiring technology in agriculture, it could be applied in data analytics, early warning systems, linkage systems, bookkeeping, like Soji just said. Now, I know that this looks like the pain points. Now, as okay, I have gone to school, I have done Greek science, and I have a fair knowledge of computer science, or I have done computer science and I am looking to cross into agriculture because just like this, our theme song has been saying, we have something deeper than oil in our country. So how do I go? How do I go? Looking at this pain point and looking at my own capability, what are those first steps that should be taken by an aspiring agripreneur who has, okay, the investment, maybe he has come together in a cooperative, or he has his friend, or he has his skills to wager. How does he go? Like, you can use your own practical example. How did you start what has become your big organization now that you are running to solve people's problems?
Do you want me to go first? Okay, fine.
Let me jump in there, because quite interestingly, I found a template from one of the oldest books I know, which is the book of Genesis, actually. And if you take the creation story in the book of Genesis as the first startup or the first business in the world, then it begins to sort of unfold a template for you to sort of use for any venture that you're going into. So on day one of creation, for instance, let there be light, right? Notice that this was not the sun and the moon, right? So this alludes to vision and knowledge, right? So before you venture into any business whatsoever, take some time out to sort of seek knowledge. I believe Olakweju alluded to that as well. You know, knowledge is key in every venture you go into. So the reference point here is Genesis 1:3-5, and the business principle would be to do your research, you know, sharpen your knife before you go and cut down the tree, right? Vision and research are the business principles, right? So on day two, the separation of waters, you know, from the top, if you're familiar with the Genesis story, this alludes to structure and foundation. You know, the reference point here, if you want to check it out, is Genesis 1:6-8. The business principle here is structure and organization, right? So set up your entity, set up some SOPs, make sure you have some operations in place, you know, some accounting mechanisms like Soji just alluded to. Make sure you can track what you're doing. Otherwise, you know, it turns into guesswork. On day 3, land and vegetation, this alludes to resources and sustainability, right? The reference here would be Genesis 1:9-13. The business principle here is resource management and sustainability, right? So always look to manage your resources, even if it be just 100,000 naira you have. Resource management is key to progress, right? And on day 4, the sun, the moon, and the stars were created, right? And in Genesis, this talks about these things being created for man to be able to tell the times and the seasons, right? So for every business, there's going to be times and seasons, right? If you're a farmer, for instance, you know this all too well, that there is a time to plant and there's also a time to harvest. And there's also a time to water your crops, even if you have irrigation and you can farm, year round. There are different times designated, best practices to do certain things. And segue into to day 5, innovation, right? Leave room for innovation. Once you have your structure going, and you have your product, once you've gained traction in that, you can look to diversify into several markets. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, sort of diversify a little bit. This was, what happened when the creatures in the waters and in the skies were created. And on day 6, leadership and culture, right? It's very important. In today's world, technology is freely available to everybody, right? Same technology that is available to Mercedes-Benz is equally available to Toyota. But the difference between those two companies would be the leadership and the management structure. So know who you're doing your business with, who you're employing, know who your employers are, what their values are, set that culture such that when they come in, they're not coming into chaos and they're not coming to create, something that is not what you set out as your vision. And of course, on day 7 was reflection, rest, reflect. Always make time to sort of go through your what can be improved. In project management, I believe it's lessons learned. So always have time to reflect and learn from where you might have foreseen or undergone hiccups. So using that day 1 to day 7 as a template, it's kind of like a broad brush, if you like, to sort of for any application or any as an entrepreneur getting started.
Thank you very much. I like that allegory, will I call it, of the creation to business. Now, how do you weigh in on this, Soji?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, thank you. I think it's a fascinating question. And to anyone on the bridge, you have, studied computer-related course in the university, and now you are looking at transitioning to agriculture. I reckon that's the frame around the question. So, and I'll use my own example. I think that matches my person. I'm a grandson to a farmer. So my late grandpa was a smallholder farmer while he was here. I never did anything agriculture. I studied computer engineering in the university. Then fast forward to many years after, I began to think of how do I use my knowledge in technology and all of these vast access to information to solve real life problems. And that brought me into agriculture. Today, there are multiple problems, a lot of them actually, within that value chain of agriculture. And I will make mention of some of them, equally make an offer on this bridge. So imagine the situation that farmers up and down the country they are looking for information. They have questions. I mean, real question. I have this problem. How do I solve this problem? I'm experiencing this on my farm. And in real life, what the people that solve such problem are extension people, extension workers. And there's a business model around that where, you have these educators that work with these farmers. Can we solve that with technology? Because the truth is, if you have to put boot on ground for those extension workers, scaling across Nigeria, for example, is a tall order. It will be difficult. And so one problem that can be solved today with technology background and agriculture, can I leverage AI capability to answer real life questions from farmers? And we figured that out. We built that, for example, and anyone can equally build this. And a kind of conversational AI. I can ask verbal question to an application, okay, in local language, Nigeria local language, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, you name it. And then there's a language processor that could handle all of these so that farmers in Nigeria, I know someone will talk about the demography, maybe what if they're older farmers. That's fine. That demography is changing because we have younger people coming into farming now, born in the age of the internet. And we want to give them these tools, for example, that without waiting for anybody, they can pick their mobile application, ask verbal question to an app and get real life answer. AI does that today. Is a very basic capability that someone wanting to transition from computer into agriculture can build. And a whole lot of other ones that I can multiply the example. Today, we have climate crisis upon us, for example. And, one unique problem up and down the continent of Africa today is how do I determine the carbon stock in my farm, for example? And there are farms, many of them in Africa. We have the way one of our panelists alluded to a satellite for internet. There are satellites today that someone can consume data from there, for example, and match it to soil organic carbon, and then create a map for Africa, for Nigeria, that will determine the soil organic carbon, and that becomes a lot of money down the road. These are opportunity for someone with computer background who can come into agriculture. And they just identify the problem. That will be what I will tell people. Identify the problem. We have many of them in Nigeria. Pick one problem, make sure it's solved, and then naturally every other thing will flow to you. Money, resource, you name it, they will flow to you because you have solved that problem. And this is what I've done on my own journey. I think it's possible as well, especially for someone who is very young and wanting to solve real life problem in agriculture. It's a big value chain from the time of production to the time of harvest. There's so much in between that you can build and use your skill as a computer person to solve, for example. So
thank you very, very much, Soji. For me, one thing stands out because as there are many agric extension student graduates in Nigeria who have been trained to believe or have been boxed into a corner that agric extension can only work with government. And with what you said, with the insight that you have given, it shows that, in fact, agric extension itself could just be a private sector thing and may not depend on the government. So I really appreciate that. I will still take you on some more on that. But before that, I would like Olakweju to weigh in on that. Do we still also have Abdul? But Olakweju, please go on.
I'm still on.
All right. Thank you, Temi. Now, I would approach this question from my own perspective of, let's look at the big picture, right? Nigeria currently, everybody is, we all have a problem on our hands, so to speak, a challenge, in this space. And if we are not all chiming in, there's an issue. A bit of statistics, right? We're 200 million, over 200 million in Nigeria. And from the data we've gathered, right, over 80% of the population is currently in one way or the other into agric. And if over 80% of the population in one way or the other of each homes in Nigeria is into agric, and we're still having about 50% now post-harvest loss, right? It's a big worry. 50% post-harvest loss, and then we are having food items going so sporadically high. Every day you wake up to new prices, right? If we're not checking this, and everybody trying to find where they fit in, we're still going to have a problem. Now, subsistence farming is taking up out of the 80%, majority are subsistence farmers. We only have about 10% mechanized farms here in Nigeria. I'm just trying to paint the picture that there's a big issue. 40% arable lands, right? And we're not even able to sustain ourselves, let alone export in large numbers. So what I would advise is this: find where you belong. I trained as an engineer. I'm an electrical electronics engineer by profession, right? I did not think I would be doing agric, but the situation called for it. And as many as we are in our own spaces, you can find yourself, like Soji rightly said, you can find yourself even as a founder of agric, right? You can find yourself as one who is gathering information, gathering data, right? We all need everybody's hands on deck, because we cannot have about close to half of our population right now going into food insecurity. We're having almost half of our population right now food insecure, and tech would really solve things. Tech would really scale things. So the more we have people who have the funds coming into the space and understanding that this thing is patient capital, right? It's not a get rich quick scheme. It's patient capital. Whatever you're putting into the industry has to be patient enough to see the industry thrive before you think that you can make so much money out of the industry. I think that's what I just want to chime in. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I would like Abdul to now come in here, but before he comes in, I would like to add a little bit to the question. See, there are certain agri-tech that we've known, they've come, they've gone, and many of these are agri-tech / agri-finance tech. I'm sure that some pictures are popping up in on your radar as I'm speaking about it. Now, those kind of agri-tech came, but they couldn't stay afloat, and in fact, they wounded a lot of people. Now, we are talking practical. We are looking for how are we bringing in agri-tech for especially newcomers, where they can plug in and use the tech and then keep it sustainable in the market. So please go on, Abdul.
Thank you. So one of the major challenges in business, as Mr. Uche mentioned, is I believe most people don't understand the core principles of business. Before you can even endeavor into any business, you should have a vision and acquire as much knowledge as you can. Business does not succeed without that. For us, how I made the journey into agriculture is I've had life experiences that was driven by people by hunger. So when people are hungry, they will resort to nonsense, excuse my French. However, for us at A2 Group, our primary focus is to develop mineral resources. Now, the resource we're focused on is how do we innovate battery solutions? That took us into agriculture, whereas you need things like irrigation system. Can we bring in technology? Can we have, Nigeria has abundance of lithium. lithium is the primary ingredients in the manufacture of batteries, and we have a lot of it. Can we take that and create solutions that we can bring to the farms to create sustainability on an agricultural perspective? So for us, it was more of, I'm just a business person. I had no clue on agriculture, but I understand the top thing that human needs is agriculture. So how do we bridge the gap from an innovation perspective and bring it into agriculture and create a sustainable system? For most people to be able to cross over, and I'd like to encourage, because in Nigeria, we have a lot of 1.4 billion people across Africa, 30% under 30, median age of 19. Everybody has a smartphone. Majority has a smartphone. As Ms. Olapeju said, we are only utilizing 10% of mechanized farming. That is not sustainable. We have young, brilliant minds that can code. And now we have ChatGPT and all this fancy and free AI tools that can code and develop solution. However, before you can develop that solution, you have to have a vision. And having a vision is you being able to serve the people. So I tell everybody to start with, what problem are you trying to solve? If you're trying to get into business just to make money, in most chances it doesn't work, because you don't have the drive, you don't have the vision to be able to overcome that. So that's the main core of being able to transition from either being a computer scientist to coming into the agricultural world. Data sets is something that we're working on. If we're able to generate, there's satellites out already. We can take satellite imagery to check out the condition, precipitation, soil, conditions and things of such. And there are people out there that has this knowledge. I just spoke with a young, brilliant Nigerian that graduated from LASU, or University of Lagos. He has been snatched to the United States. He's a geoscientist, and we are trying to poach him to come back just to be able to use data set to give us information on farmlands here. A couple of weeks ago, there was no rain in Lagos. Today, climate change, we are 1.5 degrees Celsius hotter than it was 40 years ago. So there was no rain in Lagos for a couple of weeks. We went to several farms. All their harvest was dead. Then right now we have flooding in the north. We have to be proactive on that. And we need brilliant minds that can come in, even from a farming perspective. Can you tell me the challenges you are having? Can we bridge the gap with somebody from the technology standpoint and be able to create solution for it? And that's the key approach that I think will drive us into the future, to be able to bridge the gap between not just computer science and agriculture, but you can bridge the gap from different sectors.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, from what everyone has said, it looks like there is no dearth of places to apply technology in agriculture. There is a whole lot of spaces to fill, so much pains to soothe that technology can fill. But then it looks like many people, especially the youth with all the energy, are unable to see. So how do you think we can solve this? Like practical ways. I would like in your answer to this to mention those ways and a few things to do to get your your leg in the door of achieving such things. I have had example that has been mentioned on this panel already. I have heard from Soji the field agent roles. I've also heard the data analytics and early warning, just like Abdul just said. So what are other ones that we can mention? How can we get in? How can the aspiring agripreneur, agri-techpreneur get into that space? As in, what are the first basic thing to do to get into that space and stay in that space? And how can they meet mentors? How can they meet people to help them?
Okay. Let me go first. So I don't know if this is allowed on this platform, but permit me to talk freely. It's a call out to everyone that is here. If you like technology and you want to innovate and you want to play a key role in helping farmers maximize their crop yield and solve the problem of climate, please come talk to me. Okay. And that's a job offer that I'm putting right on this call. So yes, the role of field agent is massive. For us today at SMART, at the last count, we have onboarded over 50,000 acres of farmland in Nigeria, with different farmers wanting to participate in the voluntary carbon market, to be able to get carbon credit to farmers in Nigeria. And the biggest challenge I have today as a company founder is I need boots on ground. I need loads of field agents, technology savvy, driven, self-driven, passionate, that we go across from 1 inch of this farmland to the other to collect information, data, and working with these farmers to deploy biochar across this farmland requires a lot of boots on ground. And that for me is fascinating. So to your question, what are the practical steps? Look out for opportunities like the one I'm offering you if you are listening, for example, and jump on it and participate, be there, work with companies that are building. And there are loads of companies building today in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. Look out for them. Yes, it's good to make money and everybody likes money, myself inclusive, but that shouldn't be the first thing. You want to learn, you want to have that exposure, you want to feed the mind. If the mind can see it, then it's possible to create it. And the only way you can feed the mind is to be part of those people doing it, and you begin to see, oh, okay, that is possible. And over time, in a couple of years or multiple years, if you still have the passion, you can spill off and then begin to do your own stuff, build your own business, for example. I think that will be one of the things I will mention. And I say this again, I'm not a government official. I'm a private person, but Nigeria is a blessed nation. We have loads of problems. What that tells me is that there are loads of opportunities. And with those opportunities, if someone can tackle one of them, either you are age 19 or you are age 29 or you are age 59, if you tackle one of them and solve, you will make a ton of money in the process. So we shouldn't tear down Nigeria. We can't afford to tear down the country that we call ours because of some of these problems. I would rather pick one of them and walk through the pain point to solve them. And if I can do that, if you can do that, at the end of the day, we make money, I would have made our country better, for example. So.
Thank you very much, Soji, for that fine, passionate input. I really, really appreciate it. Okay?
Let me be the first to sign up to Soji's call to action right there. Maybe not as a boot on ground with my white collar, but I'm happy to hear that you're doing some work in the carbon credit space. It's something I've also been thinking about as a way to not only have farmers generate revenue from their produce, but also from, stewarding land that is sequestering carbon from the atmosphere. Apparently, photosynthesis is still the best technology when it comes to sequestering carbon from the atmosphere. And being a blockchain solutions architect myself, I'm also looking at ways to sort of tokenize these carbon credits and trace them, through the blockchain such that they're legit.
Yeah, let's talk. When we finish, we can take offline. I think we have a lot of overlapping interest in there. So
I will sure be signing on. I'll be sure to be signing on. So back to you, Temi, to answer your question. I think the best way to get involved really is to ask questions. You know, don't pass up any opportunity at all to ask questions. And thank God for today's day and age, we have all sorts of tools to notify you when these sorts of events are taking place, right? So this year, for example, there have been so many agri-tech, agri-based conferences that you can attend as an entrepreneur looking to get started. You know, look at the value chain. Again, we can't do without gathering information initially, right? Look at the value chain, figure out where you want to play, and then start to sort of, you know, get involved with these networking events virtually, locally, internationally. You know, LinkedIn is a great resource. You can cold email people, spend a couple of bucks or some naira, and upgrade your subscription with LinkedIn such that you can access whoever you want, and just send them an email. Everyone is always happy to network with people in their industry looking to help, right? And one thing I would say to mentees looking for mentors is just be ready to serve. You know, there's definitely a shortage of good hands out there. And if you're coming to contribute something, adding value, you will be recognized. And before you know it, you know, you're definitely in the environment where you need to be, picking up the relevant skills and networking and speaking with the right people. So it's a patient game. You know, you definitely have to get more inquisitive. So many resources out there for you. Eventbrite is one of them. LinkedIn is one of them. You can find so many events on this, in Twitter even. You know, apparently there's a Twitter space or Twitter section for every sort of industry. There's crypto Twitter, there's agri Twitter, there's Niger Twitter, you know, so just get involved. Just get involved, you know. The world is at your fingertips.
Thank you very much.
No excuses.
Thank you very much. The world at our fingertips. Yeah. Olapeju, you are itching to weigh in on this. By the way, I would like to sign up Soji, but should I be saying this on air? All right, Olapeju.
Right. I'm not going to deviate from majority of what has been said, but you cannot solve a problem that you are not aware of, right? So you want to play in the space, join associations, join groups online, get the real-time information. One thing we've started doing even here in My Food Angels, like I said, we had started going back to the farms to see how we can partner with farmers. So you can take that step. And one thing I know is that if you have a tug in your heart for whatever part of the value chain, it means that there's something there for you. Why don't you make some research, make more research on that, and just ensure that you're playing your part how you can. Most of those groups are readily available online, offline, right? And that you can join. If we all leave it to those that are currently solving this thing, there's only so much we all can do, or we all have been able to do, right? So I think that's what I can just chime in on. Thank you.
Thank you, Olapeju. Abdul.
Yes, thank you. For me, I concur with everything said here, but I'm going to go a little bit further. We need more support. So for individuals trying to come in, they need the information. So earlier on during the sessions, on one of the sessions, I heard some information, whereas the banks and their foundations are not creating sessions like this. Where I previously resided, any industry, most industries, banking institutions are actually giving out information and putting together sessions of this. So thank you to Business Day and PSAG for putting together this panel. People need information. Information is key. And if we can create training sessions. We have the National Agricultural Development Fund. Most people don't even know that exists. And their job is to be creating training programs and sessions of this, whereas people can obtain as much information as possible. One of the biggest challenges in this nation is that a lot of people have lost hope. Now we need to shift the mindsets. So most people that graduated, from computer science, they're not even thinking agriculture. However, there is a huge market. Look, one of the biggest industry, it's not even one of the biggest. As I mentioned earlier, the top priority of life's hierarchy is food. So whatever sector you're in, you still, from logistics to computer science to, you just name it. We are in mineral resources, and we're thinking of, I've visited farm just to see how we can help optimize their storage system by applying renewable energy. For instance, cost of rice is extremely expensive. We are trying to see how can we bring it down. One of the major challenges is rice production. You have to power it by diesel. The price is not stable. So if you think rice is going to be 100,000 or 150, we need to do something else. And it's not just from the farmer's perspective, it's from the government. If you look at what Dr. Michael Opara did in the Eastern region, he brought together the local governments to set up farm settlements, and it goes deeper than just the farmers and the younger generations coming in. It goes to our government and private sectors, all of us coming and working collaboratively, hand in hand. One of my close mentors mentioned on a talk that democracy does not guarantee good governance. And that was really scary for me. However, I read recently that democracy can only be created when all of us work hand in hand. That's how we achieve success. So for me, it's just everybody coming together, having a similar goal, similar vision, and driving the sector to the next level that we need to be.
Thank you very much. So for me, from the background that I come from, which is journalism, we do something and it is called copy work. If I see a writer that writes well, I go copy their work, their style. I don't plagiarize, but I just copy their style so that I put in all those ingredients in my own work, and voila, I am already giving out what. So in this agri-tech space now, are there some agri-tech ventures that you have seen that started with minimal resources and then became successful? And can you mention like one or two things that made them successful, sustainable? Are there examples you like to share?
Okay. Can I shoot first?
Please go ahead.
So I think one of the panelists here made, I think it was Olape. I hope I got the name right. Did I? Olapeju, Madam Olapeju. I think she made use of this phrase, patient capital. And I think that's so essential, and my own experience as well, to know that if we are stepping within agri-tech, like all of these capabilities that we've talked about, you have to be ready to drive for the long haul. There is no, in my experience, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And you need to come with a mindset that, will I be a wealthy guy solving this problem? Yes. Will it happen in 1 year? Probably no. So to your question, are there successful agri-tech? And you alluded to some of them in the past that, in my world, they aren't agri-tech. And with all due respect to the amazing work they did before they failed, It was more of, finance and all of that. Now, to build a successful business, there's a need for patience, and patient capital has to be involved. The ability, wanting to go the extra mile, the long haul, I think is needed. And this goes against some of the drive that perhaps as Nigerians we have. I want to see what is in there. So can I make money quickly? If it is agriculture and agri-tech, in my experience, the answer is no. But will you make money on the long run? Yes. For example, so that's something that we need to put out, and that doesn't mean it's negative. It depends on the mindset. It depends on are you willing to have delayed gratification, or do you want to have it now? If it is now kind of mindset, then this is not the space for you, for example. I'll keep quiet. And that does not mean I'm being pessimistic. I'm just calling it out, at least from my standpoint, the way it is. So
Thank you. I like your frankness. So, Mike, Abdul. Sorry, I was going to call you Mike Abdul.
Yes, sir. So in terms of agri-technology out there and what we've seen recently, as I mentioned, there was a drought going on in the southwest of Nigeria. So when we go looking for problems, what are the problems the farmers are having? And we try to create or find innovations or solutions to it. And one of the challenges was irrigation. During our research, which we are still on right now, we have discovered there are innovators out here that are actually developing solutions for the irrigation system. We cannot farm seasonal. We are a nation of over 200 million people. That's not going to work. So we need to tackle, that's one of the major challenges that we're having. There is a young individual that's been able to develop a micro irrigation system on a timer. One of his major challenges is power, energy, because it's on a timer, it is done remotely. And the system was created, I mean, there are open source softwares that he was able to tap into to create a whole unique system. And he's on, I believe, 5 acres. He's out in Abuja, and his units is operational through his irrigation system is controlled by technology. So there are different ideas out there, but we need to enable these minds to create this system and be able to spread it out. But that's one of the innovations that I've seen in the past 30 days that I just witnessed, and it is amazing. So that's something I'm excited about.
Thank you very much for bringing that up. Uche, what are those in innovation you've seen, agri-tech innovation you've seen that started minimal and have now grown, so that our audience can probably copy or look for what is left out, not reinventing the wheel, move it further, push the envelope further?
Okay, well, one innovation that stood out to me was the application of black soldier fly larvae as a substitution for fertilizer, especially now that the naira has completely dwindled versus the dollar, and we're still very heavily reliant on importation of fertilizer. So a friend of mine, I don't know if I'm allowed to mention his business to keep him anonymous, started out a small container-sized system, and now he's literally turning over millions of dollars per annum. Literally has farmers lining up, paying him in advance because black soldier fly apparently is super beneficial to plants. I mean, one bag, I hear, is equivalent to 10 bags of manure, right? So this is one innovation that is literally God sent at this very point in time. because and his aim, by the way, is to sell his fertilizer at a profit, but 25% less than conventional fertilizer. So automatically factoring in a 25% margin for the farmer. And by the way, this black soldier fly larvae is also good for animal feed. So chicken feed, poultry, that sort of thing, and also fish feed. It also helps, with a closed cycle system. It recycles waste. I mean, it's quite the innovation, especially with regards to helping curb the demand on FX for fertilizer importation. Another innovation it's a concept, not so much an innovation, is something called PUE, which I was introduced to recently. It's an acronym for productive use of energy, in the sense that little processing plants, or basically value addition processing plants, are powered by solar or renewable energy systems, such that communities where they can't afford electricity, because I mean, it's one thing to be in darkness because the infrastructure is lacking or you're underserved. It's another thing to be in darkness because you can't afford to pay electricity bills, which is quite, an interesting twist to the problem. It's not just that the infrastructure is lacking, it's some communities can't afford this. So an ingenious way to bring these communities up to speed is, rather than produce electricity directly for consumption, the electricity goes into value addition for cold storage, for example. There's a business called Cold Box. They're doing brilliantly, across developing communities, with regards to giving them a means to add value to their produce, therefore to increase their income, and then eventually able to afford electricity for consumption. So those two innovations really stand out for me. They're doing some serious, they're doing the Lord's work, if you like, out there in these communities.
Yeah, thank you very much. I particularly like that black soldier fly technology. Looks like bio agri technology. All right, Olapeju, please weigh in on this.
So I have a company called Solus Farm Lab, and they have used the soilless farming technology to be able to produce food at a large scale. They currently literally hydroponics, right? I know they're doing a very great number. I also know that they've just recently even branched out to even selling, at a physical store in on the island there, so they're applying technology to ensure that your daily staples, your daily food is being produced at a better quality and quantity at that. I also have a company called Ekotutu, just the spin-off of what Uche was talking about. Ekotutu also employs technology to offer cold storage facilities for people in the markets. We even use their service at various points in time. Right. You also have cold hubs, a great number of hubs that they have created. I know there's one on the Ekpe axis, there's also one in Mile 12 Market and other places in the country. So, all of these companies are actually doing really great, churning out great numbers. Did they start small? Yes, some of them did, but they've also been able to get funding as they're growing, to ensure that they keep the lights on and ensure that this solution that they're bringing is sustained for the long haul. Like I said, agric is very patient capital space. So are they turning profits? Maybe, maybe not. I'm not in their books, but I know that, if they keep at it, they would also be making profits at the end of the day. So yeah, those are the companies I have in mind.
Thank you very, very much. So our audience are itching to ask you questions. And so I'll be taking their questions for the next 16 minutes, thereabout. So we have okay, Obiora Chukuno. So thank you, Mr. Uche. I really like your analysis using creation plan. Okay, Muhammad, that's Muhammad Kalwuri. In agriculture, with which areas are okay? With areas are okay. That's not really. The person is essentially asking which areas can technology be applied to agriculture, and so many of that have been mentioned during the discussion. I'm sure while answering, you may also still mention some more. So this person is asking, I'm working, Debo Olatunde, I'm working in the agri-tech space, working on post-harvest loss solution at scale. I would like to liaise with some of the panelists on how to brainstorm and leverage our collective expertise. Yeah, to answer that one quickly, the names of the panelists are on the screen, so you can just check them out on LinkedIn and also engage with the PSAG handles on social media. It will be supplied as we go by. G2 is saying we are challenged by post-harvest loss. It is a problem all over Nigeria. How can technology solve post-harvest loss? Is there a technological solution for this problem? Would once I take all the questions, please, you would answer that. Please send the link to access AirSmart for the carbon credits. How can we get a comprehensive list of crop production farms in Nigeria? This person is speaking to database, actually, another way to apply technology in agriculture. Please, can we emphasize on how to cash out from renewable energy technology from agricultural waste recycling like biocar and biogas? Perhaps any of the resource person can give a hint. Please, okay. Okay, there is still another question about post-harvest solution for yam. Tomato storage in Nigeria is a big issue. Are there institutions looking into how do I get people that are interested to collaborate, interested in fertilizer substituents? I think that's the black soldier fly. You cannot solve the problem you are not aware of. Beautiful quote, Kweju. That's from Jide the Great. And okay, an understanding of a problem and the gathering rights requirements that meet need is the foundation of any successful initiative. Okay, please, let's answer some of the questions that have been raised. Post-harvest losses first, and then biocar, biogas. Please, any takers?
Let me talk about biochar. It's pronounced as biochar.
Biochar.
Yeah. So, valid question. I think am I audible though? Can everybody hear me? I think. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, Sochi,
Oh,
you
okay.
are.
Okay, fantastic. So, biochar. Biochar is a carbon-rich substance. and is taken from a scientific process of pyrolysis, where you convert end-of-life waste through pyrolysis, and the outcome is biochar. So pyrolysis practically means burning those end-of-life waste at a very high temperature, typically 500 degrees, 450 degrees, but low oxygen. So that's pyrolysis in simple terms. And what's the value? The value is simple. It helps in carbon sequestration, like it takes CO2 from the atmosphere, and then beyond that, it helps farmers in water retention. It helps farmers in aeration of the soil. It improves soil health. When mixed with compost, it serves as fertilizer. And that for us at ESMA, for example, is our approach helping farmers. It's our approach also that we're using to issue carbon credit to farmers. So valid information is the future. That's sustainability in agriculture, and making the farms to play a very active role in combating climate change. From that same process of pyrolysis, if required, someone can get biofuel as well. You can get, fuel that you can use to do other things, for example. So if someone wants to know more about that, just come work for HMAT. You will know about it. Thank you.
Okay, if I can speak on the post-harvest loss, that's quite a challenge, remains a challenge across the board in Africa. On this part of the world, that's where the challenge is. In the West, it's actually, the food waste is actually, higher up the chain with regards to, after like McDonald's, they throw out a lot of food at the end of the day, and that sort of thing. But here, the waste is literally right after the food has been produced. And that's largely to do with a couple of things. One of them is infrastructure, and the other one is training, right? So farmers in today's world are still smallholder, largely to a large extent are still smallholder farmers. And their bank account is under their mattress, right? So if you're going to convince them to, oh, after you farmed, bring it to my warehouse, it's going to be secure, and I'll tell you when the prices go up so you can sell at a profit. Nobody's going to listen to that. Not many of them are going to listen to that. So, you find them twiddling their thumbs, sitting on their thumbs after they've harvested without a market, right? Because they don't have the storage for it. And the other issue is the storage aspect of things, right? There's inadequate information as to how to get to these storage facilities, or even they're non-existent in some of these places where the farmers are farming. So these are the fundamental issues. And it is my belief that technology, if tailored to the culture of the people, can alleviate some of these problems, even with these infrastructural gaps. So for instance, if these farmers can come together and not farm in isolation, right? And again, give us adequate data as to when they're putting their seeds in the ground, when they're expected to harvest. They can be linked through software to off-takers. This way, minimizing the risk of having to sit on your thumbs without a market after you've harvested. So a solution like that, literally access to market, may help these farmers, curb post-harvest losses. Hopefully that answers your question and gives you something to think about, because we really, I think up to 30% of our produce that is already insufficient goes to waste, which which is terrible if you ask me, especially given that food prices are on the up and up. Thank you. So that's my contribution to that question. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. So, does anyone still, okay, Abdul, you want to answer the questions?
Yes, I just want to,
I
I'd like to interject on the database information. Something I recently discovered is we have abundance of data sets available in the country, but we're not aware of it. So I encourage people to engage their local universities. Postgraduate degrees actually requires a thesis before graduation. So they have put together abundance of information and data sets that you can obtain, and they just sitting in a room at the university. So I want to encourage anyone that's interested in obtaining more data sets to reach out to the Ministry of Agriculture, reach out to the local universities that's around your vicinity or around your farm, and just liaise and connect with like-minded people on biogas. There's a gentleman in the audience, Mr. Sheon Solomon. I know he has conducted a project on biogas, which is just trying, composting the losses into biogas to be able to drive their generators that they use for the water pumps and things of such. For the post-harvest losses as well, you have to look at your storage solutions. How can you optimize your storage facilities? Because that's key. Then logistics. I believe that's Mrs. Olapeju's department. How quick are you moving your products to the market? One thing I heard on one of the sessions is you are to have a buyer before planting. You don't want to have your product and then you have no off-takers. So as a role, you have to review your business as a whole and be able to create new strategy. I mentioned earlier on the call that it's a changing world order. The way we approach business before is not going to work anymore. It's new days of artificial intelligence. It's a new way of just doing everything. So you have to become innovative and create new systems to be able to get you across the board. Thank you.
Thank you very, very, very much, Mr. Uche, Mr. Olapeju, Soji, and Abdul. In 30 seconds or less, because we have just 4 minutes to go, I want you to say something to our audience, our teaming audience, who are itching to become agropreneurs and who are itching to enter through the tech doors in 30 minutes or less. Let's go with Mr. Soji first, then.
Yeah, thank you. Once again, thank you for this opportunity to be here. I think what I would say in summary here is don't be afraid to start, because there's that complex. They say, oh, there's a lion in the street, and because of that lion, I can't go out. Don't be afraid to start, just start. We're living at such a good time in human history, especially as Nigerians, that we're in the midst of a lot of problems. And that gives us amazing opportunity to build solution, and not to be afraid to start. Now, there will be challenges, make no mistake, there'll be lots of problems, but this is a race that will be won by those who are resilient, driven with vision, are able to delay their gratification, their reward system, they are able to wait, and just go and build. Let's solve these problems, and let's make a ton of money together. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Uche?
Yeah, just piggybacking off of what Soji has said, don't be afraid to get out there. Initially, ambiguity is a certainty, but before you know it, things will start to clear out and a path will emerge. So embrace ambiguity in the beginning. Decide if you want to be an armchair participant or you want to literally have boots on ground. If you're going to be an armchair participant, find the right team and invest in that team, make your money work for you. Otherwise, you know, get your fingers dirty and let's do this work together. We all need everybody to chip in. You know, it's not something that you can relegate to. And, you know, I have a white collar, but, you know, I go to the farm as well. I'm putting on a white collar today, but tomorrow you see me in my Wellington boots and my straw hat. You know, there's no stigma attached to, sorry, is that me going off? Okay. There's no stigma attached to farming these days. It's actually a noble occupation. So please get involved, you know. And by the way, there's FX to be made if you're exporting. So what are you waiting for, you know? Jump in.
Thank you very much. Olakweju?
Right. So from seed production to planting to harvesting to aggregation, logistics, and even to the last mile delivery to the consumer, there's a place you can just plug into. So my advice to people out there is find where you belong, like everybody has said, and just plug in. You know, we've had the days where it seemed like you want to pull your hair off, and you're not just having it because agric can test your patience. That's the truth. You sometimes, you know, you think you say you're solving post-harvest loss, but right in your hand, even you are having losses because, you know, probably something went bad and all. But just know that, you know, agric also rewards after a while. So please, let's keep at it. You know, Nigeria needs every one of us. You know, we can't all japa, and like Abdul japa that Abi. So we can't all japa, right? So we need to. We all need our input here, and to make Nigeria's agri space work. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Olakweju. And Abdul.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for even joining in. That's what I love to see, people looking for information. As everybody said, look, learning is key. The day you stop learning, you start declining. If you have passion for this, I encourage everybody to proceed. Go ahead and, you know, just pick your stronghold, understand your strength, surround yourself with positive people, surround yourself with experts in the field, and then just attack it. I've been to Nasarawa. We did a pilot project whereas we brought rice. I like to prove to people that this is achievable. I don't have a background of agriculture, but I was able to go to the farm. We went to several rice farms. We partnered with farmers. We were able to bring rice in April when they were selling at 75,000 Naira. We were able to bring to Lagos at 45,000 and sell at 60,000. So we were 15,000 cheaper than the market. And it was the standard rice. So one of our goals is, I don't want to hear foreign rice anymore. I want some people in the audience to start producing local rice and remove the local from it. You have to call it Nigerian rice. You know, so it's a collective effort for everybody. And I want to encourage everybody, look, there's no failures in life. It's just an opportunity for you to learn and start afresh. Now you know it's not going to work this way. Let's try a different way. So thank you, everybody, for even joining in. It's a start, and let's keep achieving it. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Somebody's looking for Abdul's rice. Okay, so Olakweju, well, we'll know how to get it around because, of course, rice is good. So this conversation continues on the social media, and the PSAG's social media handle X, they are at PSAG Nigeria. On Instagram, PSAG_Nigeria. The conversation continues there. If you are looking for any of the panelists, just type their names on LinkedIn or your favorite social media, you will find them there. So thank you very much. This has been we've been talking about the business of agricultural technology, embracing the digital revolution, technology as a catalyst for agricultural growth. We will be taking a break now, and the next session will start by 1 p.m. to start by 1 p.m. So thank you, Soji Sayaolu. Thank you, Olakweju Uma. Thank you, Abdul Abiola, Uche Ubo. And thank you very much, the Private Sector Advisory Group, Nigeria, Cluster 5, and the BAT Nigeria Foundation, and BD Business Day Foundation. Thank you. See you at the next session by 1 p.m.
Thank you
Bye.
so much.
Thank you so much.
You. Bye.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they see. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. This is our nation. This is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna. The land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Yeah. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now. The land is grand. The world is here. If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it. Yeah. But even you ever dream is to go overseas. Tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah. Oh. This is our nation, this is our land. Oh. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is great, the wealth is here. So pass on that, and pass on the time. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is great, the wealth is here. Oh, yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Oh, Nigeria is ours, we have everything. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they see. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. This is our nation. This is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna. The land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Yeah. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now. The land is green, the wealth is here. If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it. Yeah. But even you ever dream is to go overseas. Tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah. Oh. This is our nation, this is our land. Oh. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. So pass on that and pass on the time. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. Oh yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Oh, Nigeria is ours, we have everything. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. This is our nation. This is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna. The land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see the time is now, the land is free, the world is here. Oh yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Oh, Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see the time is now, the land is green, world is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. This is our nation. This is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Any one of these is able to begin a spark to change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna. The land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Yeah. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now. The land is green, the world is here. If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it. Yeah. But either you ever dream is to go overseas. Tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is our nation, this is our land. Oh. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. So passionate and passionate are you. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the world is here. Oh yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Oh, Nigeria is ours, we have everything. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. This is our nation. This is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Any one of these is able to begin There are opportunities to make it, yeah. But either you ever dream is to go overseas. Tell me how you'll ever know the wealth is here. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is our nation, this is our land. Oh, Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is great, the wealth is here. So pass on that and pass on the torch to you. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is great, the wealth is here. Oh, yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Oh, Nigeria is ours, we have everything. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. Fire in our bones, we've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key, there's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams, anyone of this is able to begin a spark to change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna, the land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Yeah. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it, yeah. But either you ever dream is to go overseas. Tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is our nation, this is our land. Oh, Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. So pass on that and pass on the torch to you. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. Oh, yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Oh, Nigeria is ours, we have everything. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. This is our nation. This is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Anyone of this is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere. From Abba to Ife to Kaduna, the land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Yeah. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now. The land is green, the wealth is here. If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it. Yeah. But even you ever dream is to go overseas. Tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah. Oh. This is our nation, this is our land. Oh. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. So pass on that and pass on the torch to you. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. Oh yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Oh, Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Anyone of this is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere. From Abba to Ife to Kaduna, the land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Yeah. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it. Yeah. But even you ever dream is to go overseas. Tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah. Oh. This is our nation, this is our land. Oh. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we only see. The time is now, the land is grand, the wealth is here. So pass on that, pass on the torch. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see the time is now, the land is free, the world is here. Oh yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Oh yeah. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. This is our nation. This is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna. The land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Yeah. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see.
Welcome back, everyone, to the third and final panel of this year's Business of Agriculture Masterclass, brought to you by the Private Sector Advisory Group, Cluster 5, and BAT Nigeria Foundation, and supported by Business Day Media Foundation. The session is themed the business of aquaculture, sustaining blue growth, unlocking the potential of aquaculture. Thankfully, we now have a Ministry for Blue Economy. So, for some of the things we'll be talking about will be how the very lowest entrants into this sector, into this industry, would be able to latch on, get their foot at the door, and grow sustainably. And with me discussing that, I have Oluranti Sagoe Oviebo, the Director, Lagos Food of Mushin. Welcome. Welcome, ma'am. I also have Dr. Stephen Okeleji, founder, Aquatic Hub, Africa Network. And Victoria Emmanuel, CO, Scovicare Enterprises. With me and the three panelists will be navigating how to unlock the potential of aquaculture and how to sustain the blue growth. It is this particular theme, I'm very passionate about it, and I pray I don't go rogue while while questioning. Anyway, I have the whole backroom system supporting me so that I don't go rogue. So I'll be setting the tone with the first question, and I would enjoin the panelists to do further introductions of themselves as we go on into the question. And here, just like the ocean or the river or inside water where aquaculture is done, we'll be diving straight right in. So, what are the core components of an aquaculture business, and how can new entrants effectively understand and manage these components? Remember, new entrants and its business. So, I would like Madame Oluranti Sago, if I pronounce it well, Oviebo, to lead the way here.
Thank you very much for having me. My name is Oluranti Sego Owiebo. Sego Owiebo.
Sego. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. We'll go straight to the question. You know, what are the core components in aquaculture? So when you talk about core components, when it comes to entrepreneurs, we're looking at production, we're looking at processing, and we're looking at marketing. You know, those are components in aquaculture. And so for someone who wants to go into the business of aquaculture, you can decide to go into either production, which is, production is also segmented. You can go into production of seeds, which is the fingerlings and the juveniles. You can go into the production of table fish. And then you have processing, where you add value to what you are doing, and you have marketing. So you can decide that you don't want to go into production or processing, but you want to be an off-taker, basically just buying and then selling. And then there's the ancillary part where you can say, look, I want to be a service provider. You know, the angle of selling feed, you want to sell medication, that's another area. So these are basically the core components that an investor can latch into and say, look, this is the space I want to occupy as far as aquaculture is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't want my audience to say I have come again with my 100,000 naira question, but I would really love to ask that as a new entrant and fresh graduates, the only sum of money I have is 100,000 naira. Which of these value chain would you say, oh, go inside, go here, and you'll be able to turn over with less problems and in no time, so that you can forage into other parts, swim into other parts of aquaculture?
So basically, you can, for you with 100,000, you can go into marketing, where you offtake. You just go to someone who has a farm already and you buy, you add value. So there are two types of value addition. You can either smoke, and you can do contract smoking. You know, aquaculture is so interesting now. You don't have to have a smoking cane. Identify somebody who has a smoking cane, and you do contract smoking. You pay for just adding value to that product, and you sell. Then there is another area now. You know, we do blast freezing of catfish, and then you can also blast freeze tilapia. So you can
please, can you please just give us some more clarity as to blast freezing? Some of us are coming across that term for the first time.
Okay, so blast freezing is a process where you collect your fish, get a blast freezer. not a cold room. A blast freezer or a blast freezing technology is the process where in less than 4 or 5 hours, the fish becomes solid ice. The cooling process is rapid, and so it does not allow deterioration to set in. By the time you blast freeze within 5 hours, your fish is solid, strong, and then when you want to sell and somebody takes it to home and it thaws, it retains its freshness. The blood is still red. So it's basically the process of freezing. It's not a gradual freezing process. It's spontaneous. Within 6 hours is stone ice. So that's a blast freezer. A blast freezer is different from a cold room. And so we tell people you can do contracts. You know, you can identify a blast freezer, somebody that has a blast freezer, and you just take your fish there, blast freeze, pack, and package, sell to people. So with 100,000, you can do well with that for those two enterprises, processing and then packaging.
Wow. Thank you very much. For the very first time today, I have seen encouragement as to how to use the 100,000. So service and value addition mainly, and and I'm sorry for that, and I'll be able to go on in the business. Victoria, you want to weigh in on this? Thank you very much, Madam Sego.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Victoria Emmanuel, the founder of Sovikia's Enterprise. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here, to British American Tobacco Nigeria Foundation and the entire team that put this program together. It's through platforms like this that youth like myself, we got the knowledge and the encouragement to start our own business. So just like the first speaker has said, processing and marketing with 100,000, you can go ahead with that. Another thing is service. As far as you have the knowledge capital, you can actually start your aquaculture as a consultant. I actually started as a consultant, and I have the knowledge as a graduate of fishes and aquaculture, and I started without any financial. I'll just go out and market myself and use a social media also. And that was how I started. So 100,000 is enough for you to start as an off-taker, get fish, smoke it, and be able to package it in your brand's name. The most important thing is being able to put out your brand, you have your values defined, and consistently marketing your brand. By the time people are aware of your brand, you have built trust over time, then you can scale. But 100,000 is very okay. It is always better to start small. When you feel small, you can easily recover than starting big.
Okay, thank you very much. So you are telling me that even with zero capital, I can begin as long as I have that competence, because you started as a consultant. That means, okay, it's just the knowledge. That's a very, very good, a very low entry barrier. And I think all the
Madam Sego, your mic is muted if you're speaking. I don't know.
Yes. Hello.
I think Tim is having some technical issues. I know he'll be back shortly.
Yes. I'm here.
big apologies for disappearing on you. I'm so sorry. Now that I'm back, do we have Mr. Stephen Okeleji to weigh in on that?
Hello, good morning.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, morning, everyone. I've listened to the two speakers. I think I will differ a little bit. Maybe, let me say, yeah, knowledge is essential. There's nothing you can drive without having the basic knowledge. So for new entrant, I would want to say that they should do everything to acquire the knowledge. But where I differ is that the Nigeria of today, except if you're not thinking of scaling up, I do not feel 100,000 is okay to start anything in Nigeria today. Because, for example, if you want to go into process, you would have to get charcoal, you have to get the fish, you might subcontract your smoking outside, and somebody else might smoke for you. At the end of the day, when you have to add up the cost, I feel 100,000 naira, because as a member of the PSAG, I want to see a situation where after this, we're able to support any new entrant with reasonable amount of money to start the aquaculture business. Yes, you can start with the low-hanging fruit, like Madam Ovebo said, that you can start with processing, you can start with value addition, either on cold chain or dry chain. That's fantastic. But for the sake of those who will be supporting, I feel, because if you say 100,000, Nigeria of yesterday, yes, 100,000 looks sizable, but 100,000 of today in Nigeria is less than $100, and that means that you cannot do anything sustainable with 100,000 naira. That's where I just differ. But really, like they all said, you can start small, the business of agriculture or aquaculture. But the most important thing is that you should be able to get the right knowledge from the right people. That's my position for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that perspective. Now, I would like to ask, small capital, big capital, I have entered. How can I structure an aquaculture business? Either I'm doing the production, I'm doing the processing, I'm marketing, or I'm just in the fringe offering those services, value addition, like you have all mentioned. How can I structure this for profitability and sustainability? Because entering this market for new entrants, for our audience, they want to stay in for the long haul. Like we've heard all through the sessions since Tuesday, Agric is not a sprint, it is a marathon. So how do we structure right from the very beginning? So for sustainability, for profitability, for the long haul, for the marathon that aquaculture is.
Sorry, is the question directed to me?
Any of the persons in the audience can take it. If you can, you can go ahead.
All right. So the basic thing must be addressed, and which is number one, knowledge. You must be able to have the knowledge that is required for you to run any business. It's not just the technical knowledge. You must be able to also have the enterprise knowledge. How do you have the basic knowledge for example, bookkeeping, record keeping, financial management, operational management? No matter how small your business is, you need all these things to scale up. If you don't have that basic knowledge, you cannot scale up. You only continue to grow. So for the new entrants that are listening to us, I say, try to get financial knowledge, try to get the real technical knowledge required. That should be what you should go for first. And that will help you to put proper structure in business. Why businesses fail in Africa or in Nigeria is because we do not do the right things we need to do first. We're always in a hurry to make money. Money is going to be made over a period of time. but we must be able to tell ourselves the truth that we require capacity, and capacity in terms of, acquiring the knowledge to run your business, and also acquiring the technical knowledge, because the business of agriculture is totally different. It's a different ballgame. And today, I would always advocate for young people and youth to go into it, because you know what, our population keeps increasing, and all of us cannot continue to jackpot. Who is going to be feeding this population? And really, the jackpot thing people talk about, why people are not also embracing agriculture, is because they are frustrated at some point, either because they don't have the right knowledge to be able to maneuver through those dark moments, which will definitely come in your business, or they don't even have the knowledge also to be able to financially, reposition their businesses and to upscale. So when you are frustrated, you just want to abandon, the mothership, which is Nigeria, and then youths would, go out of the country to do menial jobs that they cannot even do back home. But the truth of the matter is that you must be able to acquire the basic knowledge for you to also be able to structure your business in a way, no matter how small that business is, you must have that knowledge to structure your business in a way that you are being futuristic about it and it can grow. That's my position on that. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your submission. You see, that's I really like the perspective. We have all hammered on knowledge. Now, I would want Madam Sego to factor in force majeure on it, or in her answer, while she talks about, okay, setting up that business for entrance with sustainability and long haul in view. So I'll come to you now, Madam Oviebu.
Yes, thank you very much. Like Mr. Stephen said, knowledge. But I also want to say something. The reason why agriculture is where it is today is because we do not practice agriculture the way we should practice it. Agriculture is a science. It is a science. And if you address it as a science, then you'll break through with the right attitude and passion. So for any young person who wants to come into agriculture, especially aquaculture, you must see it as a science. For instance, when it is time for you to change your water, you have to change your water. There is no cutting corners. When it comes to the quality of your feed, it's garbage in, garbage out. So you give something that is not good, you get something that is not good. So for you to sustain whatever enterprise you are into, as far as agriculture or aquaculture is concerned, you must treat it as a science. Do what you should do part-time. Then passion. A lot of us go into an enterprise because we need money. But if you're not passionate, I'll tell you, and I know I've shared that on several platforms. I'm also a farmer who has been into aquaculture practice in the last 25 years. And I'll tell you, it's not bread and butter. It is not bread and butter. But you must have this never give up syndrome. I can remember when I started fish farming over 25 years ago. I think the second cycle, I had broken skull disease. And as at that time, we didn't know too much. And that's where knowledge comes into play. As at that time, we didn't know what broken skull disease was. And so many people were like, okay, get vitamin C, get this, get that. But vitamin C for fish is different from the vitamin C we actually take. So we were just beating about the bush. But thank God that over the years, a lot of us now know better. And we're also extending these messages. So when you go into aquaculture, it's not a bed of roses. You will definitely encounter challenges. But the question is, when you encounter them, you must learn to ask questions. You must seek advice from the right set of people. And that's why, to a large extent, when I think the lady said consultancy, if you're a consultant and you do not have practical experience, my sister, it's wahala. You know, you must engage a consultant who has practical experience. And it is when you have practical experience that you can now navigate and mitigate these issues. I'll say something, Mr. Steve, we've worked together in the project I was handling before now. It's a World Bank assisted project. And before we picked him as a facilitator, we had gone to see his facility. And so for any young person, you must identify somebody that you know is into it, hands-on, because practical knowledge is different from theory. And that's why I tell people, do not use the internet all the time, because free knowledge can at times put you into trouble. So mentorship, who are you following as far as aquaculture is concerned? Who is your mentor? Where are you learning things from? These are the things. And then always remember, it's garbage in, garbage out. One of the things I've also learned in this business, and I've seen it happen to a lot of people. So you go into aquaculture and you see, oh, I want to produce 1,000 table fish, 1 kilogram. That's 1 ton. Do you have what it takes to raise 1 ton in terms of naira and kobo? One thing with aquaculture, if you feed today and you refuse to feed in the next 1 week, they will lose weight. And that weight that has been lost is money that is lost. That money can never come back. So when you feed a second time, maybe after the 1 week that you have broken, and then you come back, that feed that you have lost, the weight that you have lost is not coming back. You have lost money. You have lost money. So I always tell people that, look, if it is just 100 fishes you want to go into, you want to raise, do 100. And then the idea of us coming together as a group, I think we need to start looking at it, you know, because if you look at 1,000 fishes, it's going to cost you about 2-point-something million to raise, about 2.1, 2.2 million naira to raise 1,000 fish. How many young people can actually raise 2,000? 2 million naira. But you can come together as a group if you want to go into production. But I still maintain that you can decide that you want to go into processing or you want to go into marketing. But then there are challenges, and ensure that you have a mentor that would help you, encourage you, and at times your mentors sympathize with you and can actually help you to mitigate some of these challenges along the line. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so that trend comes back. That trend that we've been hearing since the beginning of this year's Business of Agriculture Masterclass. Coming together, mentorship. Now, when we bring all these things together and you've seen them work, you probably are a beneficiary of some of it, and you have actually used it to help some newcomers. But apart from these two, what are other strategies for scaling up do we have in aquaculture business, particularly for newcomers? And what are the key financial management practices that have led to success in aquaculture?
Okay, so for key success when it comes to finance, record keeping, planning, record keeping, planning, those two things, you must keep record. And one thing I have noticed with a lot of farmers, they're actually not making profits, but because they do not keep record, they do not know that they're not making profit. And so when it comes to expansion, it becomes impossible. You are just running around the circle because You never kept records of what you were doing. So record keeping is key, planning is key. Then market. But you see, the marketing aspect, before you even start at all, you must identify your market. You must identify the space you want to occupy. So some people will say, I want to go into fingerlings production. Some people say, I want to go into 300 grams production. I want to go into 1 kilogram. That's my target market. So your target market, once you know and you start producing and you keep record, you plan. Before you know what is happening, the market triggers production naturally. And because you are somebody who keeps record, it helps you to know at what price you should sell. So when you know your production cost, you have a market that is already on ground, you have a good platform to sell, I am telling you, you don't have any problem when it comes to expansion. Then we also have what we call linkages with financial institutions that give single-digit interest. For instance, in Lagos State, we have the Eco Appeals Cooperative. It's a multipurpose cooperative that gives farmers single-digit interest. And I'm telling you that anything outside a single digit, when it comes to funding in agriculture, you can't break even. And this is an organization where farmers, core farmers, are the ones managing. And I'm sure that there are so many other institutions like that. But for any farmer who wants to expand and sustain whatever they are doing, they should access single-digit interest. They should keep proper records. They should plan. And then marketing, you can't run away from. So with all of these things, I'm sure that you will be able to go places.
Thank you very much, Ms. Soviebo. Victoria, do you agree with this? Do you have additions?
Yes, there are additions. So with respect to what we need as young entrepreneurs to structure our business, I want to add market research. Before you start any business, if you don't have a knowledge of the market you want to serve, you've not identified your target market, it's going to be really frustrating. When I started and I didn't have this background, it was during Farmers for the Future that I got the training. I was able to map out my target market, and that helped me a lot and even helped me to structure my business. The mentorship is key. You need somebody that you can look up to, that you are also accountable to. A person that can guide you part-time, who has been through what you want, what you envision for yourself. And as a business person, you should have goals for your business. Your short-term and long-term goals should be clearly stated, and you should follow up to know your progress. Then the trends in the industry. The aquaculture industry is it's one of the fastest growing food sector, and a lot of trends are coming in. We are becoming more conscious, climate smart solutions in aquaculture. So these are some of the things that we can, as young people, we can leverage and even have creative ideas, innovations that can help us to project our brand. Then with respect to financing, there are a lot of funding opportunity for young persons. In fact, I didn't have a structure when I started. I was an off-taker, just like Madam Ovie said. I was getting fish, I'll process it, and I'll package it. It was through the funding opportunity by British American Tobacco Nigeria Foundation, Farmers for the Future. During my NYC, I got the seed grants, and that is the genesis of my own breakthrough. I have a structure now where I'm engaging 3 value chains in aquaculture. So we have to open ourselves up to opportunities. The training, the knowledge is key, because if you are not able to position yourself enough to confidently convince your investor, they might not want to trust you with their funds. So as young persons, we should be open to learn, and there are a lot of opportunities. We just have to be to be proactive enough to seize these opportunities. Farmers for the Future grant is a yearly grant, so we can seize opportunity. There are also a lot of trainings by CAC, SMIDAN, other even private organization, Faith Foundation, a lot of trainings for entrepreneurs that we can leverage on, and it will position us for investors. Thank
you very much. I really like that you mentioned practical places that one can go for knowledge and for funding. So I would like to hear from Mr. Okeleji on this. We are talking now about bringing some of these things that we have mentioned, bringing them together for sustainable growth, and then finding funding, financing. Do you have other key takes on this to help a new aquaculturist? Okay, I guess.
Sorry, I'm in transit. So I just heard a bit of what Madam Obwebo said and what Victoria said. Honestly, what they have said is just it. For those who are listening and who want to get involved with aquaculture, please take home. There's no, it is what it is when it comes to agri business.
Okay. Looks like your network is acting up.
Sometimes it's going to be very hard and difficult, but you must always find the mentor, always the cheat code. When you find the right mentor, gives you that cheat code to sorry, and I'm trying to catch up the train where I am. All right. So can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you now. I can hear you now. I can hear you now. Please go ahead.
All right, sir. Yeah. So what I'm saying is finding a mentor, like Madam Bovebo said, finding a mentor is like you having a cheat code to be able to navigate your way through life. So for the young people and new entrants that are been thinking to go into the business of aquaculture, please find the right mentors to work with. And the other side of funding, you see, the truth is that it's so difficult to get funding in Nigeria. That's the truth. But you just must start. It's even more difficult now with the economic state, but you just must start. You can leverage on relationships and associations with people. You see, I tell a little bit of story of the social capital I was able to enjoy when I was young, when I was in university and I started my aquaculture business. I was able to enjoy social capitals from my lecturers who were able to give me fish to sell up north and bring back money to them later. And so these lecturers could give me this because they knew that, number one, I'm your student. Number two, this guy is dutiful and hardworking and trustworthy. And so they could release those fish to me to sell. And so money is not enough. You yourself, your attitude too. You must have the positive and a good attitude to life to say, yes, I'm poised to do something different and I want to be known by it, and you keep at it and you work hard. People are watching you. People will support you, because now in Nigeria, we need more support structure in place. Going to the banks now to get loan, like what Mr. Boybo said, that you cannot break even, you cannot succeed if you have to go get any agri facility that is more than a single digit. That is the truth, except if you are ready not to return the money. And so if you get a commercial facility for an agri business, especially when you put it on production, you are in trouble. Yeah, you might still play around with some figures. If you're able to say, okay, you want to get a small facility a little bit above a single digit and you want to trade, maybe you want to buy fish, you want to sell. Yes, you can do that. But you've got to be very disciplined. You've got to be very, shrewd in your approach to business. So if you are very scrupulous too, you have to be very detailed. So if you put all this together, yes, you might have some marginal profit to maneuver.
But if you don't put all that together and you think you can get funding, because we have to tell ourselves the truth, Nigeria, things are a little bit tough, and the young folks, listen to me, must put this at the back of your mind that you've got to be able to attract investors. You've got to be able to attract people who will be willing to support you. So if you don't have those right attitude and position to be able to attract investors and people who can believe in you, then you will be having a lot of problems from raising money. And really, they tell you to go and bring collateral. I remember those days in university in 200 level, I wanted to dig a well, and I went to GT Bank. I was already having a turnover of about, maybe then in 6 months, maybe about 600,000, about $1 million or thereabouts. I can't remember vividly, but not less than 600,000. And I approached my bank and I said, I'm a student, I operate a bank with GT, and I need a small loan, you know, of 50,000 naira to dig a well. This was in 2006, okay? A 50,000 naira loan to dig a well. And the guy laughed and said, do I have a collateral to put? And I said, no. He said, am I a salary under a structure? I said, I'm a student. So let me tell you, young folks, you will be prepared to, you know, be prepared to face a lot of challenges. It's a lie to say that you want to pray to God that you will face challenges. You will face challenges. God can help you, but the truth is that for you to become very successful and strong, you've just got to go through your own challenges. That is your own story and your own path. But you need knowledge, you need good attitude, you need good relationship with people to be able to upskill at the moment in Nigeria. That's what I say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have seen from what you all, my panelists, have said that one needs to be rugged or dogged. A bit of a streak of luck is also there. Chance is also there. Diligence is there. Knowledge is there. Now, if I were coming straight out of the university, you know, going back to that time, I will be looking for kind of trends that I can jump on, yeah, and then push the envelope in that direction. You know, when there is already momentum, it is somehow easy to follow the flow, and rather than starting right from the beginning. So, what are some of the trends, emerging trends in aquaculture now that a new entrant could jump on? Yes, bringing in all those advice that you have brought, you know, the diligence, the knowledge, the getting financing, getting the books right, coming together. So what are some of those trends that provide this opportunity as we speak?
Okay, so thank you. The trends. I would like to say something, you know, because I know a lot of young people are here. There's something with me, and that has helped me to stand out in all that I do. I always look for what is it that people are not doing that I can do. I like to be unique. And so this afternoon, I want to challenge the young people amongst us. You know, under my watch, I was able to start the popularization of fish crackers in Nigeria. It's a new technology where you turn fish into crackers. It does not require a lot of money. What do you need? You need cornstarch. You need to mince your fish. You turn it into a mold, and then you get a slicer. So one of the things that would help you as a young person is your ability to stand out. You must be creative. You must be innovative. As a young person, to succeed in this industry today, when I started Fish Feed, I was one of the first people that started producing extruded feed locally using fabricated materials in Nigeria. And one thing is, you would have challenges, just like Mr. Steve said. We've shared testimonies together over time. And each time we talk about what we went through when we started. You know, these obstacles, these challenges will strengthen you and bring out the better you. So, but look at what can you do differently from what every other person is doing. And that is why we look at things like fish crackers. As a young person, you can go into fish crackers. You know, you can go into cage culture of tilapia. Catfish is overflooded right now, but we have open waters all over Lagos. And we will still come back to coming together as a group. I know that the Lagos State has a lot of cages in Badagry. And if young people that are passionate come together and come to the Ministry of Agriculture, I can assure you that under the watch of the Honorable Commissioner of Agric and the Permanent Secretary, they will give these cages to you at no cost, and you would manage those places and utilize it well. And you have mentors already within the ministry, and will assign you to mentors who can also work with you. But you see, you need to think out of the box. You need to think out of the box. And one thing I keep saying, that fish crackers, we have not saturated the market yet. And if we get it perfectly right, who says we cannot export fish crackers out of Nigeria? Working with the relevant agencies, we will work with Standard Organization of Nigeria, Nigeria Export Promotion, NAFDAC, all these agencies, we can work together, you know, to make sure that you get it right. And we can attach you to mentors as well. So I think that's one area. As a young person, you must be innovative. You must be creative and look for something that people are not really doing. Make up your mind. Determination is the watchword. Determination. I'm telling you, I have been into agriculture, fish farming in the last 25 years. It's not been bread and butter, but I have been determined. It's determination. And once you are determined, I am telling you, the sky cannot even be your limit. You will soar high by the grace of God.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I like the fact that you mentioned practical things that that one can go into, and especially that the fact that catfishing is saturated, and that one tilapia should be looked at, because I know that there are so many culturable fish in African waters, but we are only talking about catfish. Every one of us talking about only the strong-hearted are going to tilapia now, but we still have the bigger species that would also be cultured. So thank you very much for mentioning that. Victoria, what would you say on this?
Okay, thank you, Madam Ove, for the free mentorship and the cage. I wish I'm around to actually leverage on that opportunity. Okay, I would say that I've been following some of the sections from the beginning of the program. I think data is one thing that we actually need to work on. And as young people, our drive for tech is high. So this is an opportunity, this is a gap that we can actually leverage on, being creative about it and innovative, something that farmers, creating solutions that farmers can be able to easily apply, and it will improve efficiency in farming operations. A lot of processes that are going on in aquaculture can actually be automated, like the counting of seeds. I think I've seen something online about a Chinese company with them that they are producing machines for counting seeds, but the price is actually on a high one. And just like Mommy has said, we can actually use local tools in Nigeria to come up with something like this as young people, just to think around it, put resources together. We need collaboration now even more than before, because food insecurity is biting harder. And diversify, like you have said, catfish I think catfish is tired of us. So we should look, there are a lot of culturable fish that we have, even in Nigeria, yes. So we can actually leverage on that and work on ourselves as young people. We need the discipline, the resilience. Imagine being in fish business for 25 years. I'm just 4 years in the business, and some challenges. It has just been okay. I don't want to put my mentor to shame, and all the lessons and the trainings I've gotten, I just need to keep pushing. And also, we need to discipline ourselves. We need to actually discipline ourselves, be resilient and hardworking. A lot of trends are coming up. So if we are not moving with the pace of time, we'll be left behind. And as young people, we should be given to studying. If we don't study, we'll not know the new trends before we even know products that we can develop that can actually fit into the trends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have actually also brought out the practical use of mentorship in this case. If you didn't have a mentor that you would probably put to shame, you probably would have left. Like, nobody is looking out for me. So thank you for bringing out that part. But I want to take you on that data that you mentioned. You said there is need for data in aquaculture. So how can I drill down on this? How does it come? What data do we need, and how can I make it? How can I use it as an entry point into fisheries? Okay, I am a database developer, or what? All I know is data analytics. Now you said it is needed in there's a need for it in aquaculture. Where exactly are the needs, and how can I drill down and take the advantage as a new entrant?
Okay, with respect to data, for instance, when I started out, I noticed that while we're carrying out our market research, there's this consumer, because I'm in a riverine area, so there's this consumer perspective about aquaculture that they don't eat raised fish. So we have to, majority of the people in our community, they believe that whatever we are doing in aquaculture is not safe for consumption. So we have to go the extra mile to convince them that this is what we are doing, and aquaculture is actually helping to beat the huge demand gap that fishes alone cannot beat. So data comes in. We need to understand customer perspective and their demand. For instance, there are people who prefer tilapia than catfish and other fish. There are people who never eat catfish. So if you want to go into fish production and you want to carve a niche for yourself, you want to be unique, you have to also make research to know how many persons will actually pay so amount. Hello?
We are with you. We can hear you. We can hear you, even though it's breaking a bit, but we can hear you. Keep going. Oh, it looks like Victoria's network has gone away. So, Madam Movebo, can you take it from there? What data are needed, and how can we take advantage of it?
Okay, thank you. So when you talk about data, without data, you can't plan. Without data, there's no way you can plan. So from production, you keep the data of your fish, you keep the data of your feed, you keep the data of all the things that you use. This helps you to plan. Then even for marketing, you need to know, somebody must have kept the data. For instance, if I want to go into tilapia farming, for instance, I need to know what is the gap, which niche do I want to fill. So I need to know what the gap is. And that can only be gotten from data. Even though I'm not the one that has kept that data, but somebody has done that. But the one that I can do, for every step that I take, every part that you do, you must keep your records, So that helps you to plan. It helps you to project. It helps you to plan. It helps you to project. So from your production to processing to marketing, every activity that you carry, the quantity of water that you use, the quantity of electricity that you use, all these things you need to know. You need to know. And then you also need to refer to other people's data. You need to refer to other people's data. So that helps you to know the niche you want to fill, the gap that you want to fill. So, for instance, I'm looking at it. What is the protein demand of Nigerians presently? So, if the protein demand is this million tons of fish, what quantity is being provided right now? What is the shortfall? What can I do? Who are the people that I'm going to supply? Which niche do I want to address? So all these things are going to be gotten from data that somebody else has kept. But the one that I have to do is the moment you start, every step of the way, you must keep your records. And that's what helps you. It helps you to project. It helps you to plan and look forward.
Thank you. So for me now, let me paint a scenario. Now, I am just a data. I'm savvy with data. I don't have a fish farm. I don't want to market. I don't want to produce. I just want to work with data. So if I come to you, like, okay, I provide data service in the aquaculture value chain. What data would you ask me? What data would you be willing to pay for? You know, I'm asking this question, I'm painting this scenario because among our audience, there are people who are just data scientists and they are looking to plug into agriculture. So if they know what data you will pay for, you have mentioned some of it, and what data you will give, it will also help them to build a business around it and then get the business of aquaculture a notch higher. I don't know if you get what I am trying to say. So what data would you gladly pay for? Which one, what data are your current pain points in the industry? You can use personal example, you can use general examples, as long as it tells us what we can action.
Okay, so thank you. For data, for instance, I've worked with FarmGod. FarmGod is a young man, you know, who is a data analyst, just like you said. And basically what he did for us in my organization was to develop softwares for farmers, e-record keeping, that's it, e-record keeping. So what he did for us was he provided a platform for farmers. He had done a template. And so in his template for production, you have your stocking, the day of your stock, the date, you keep it. What is your stock as at today, you know, and then you keep it like that. What is the quantity of feed that you are using, you know, your mortality rate for production, you know, your labor costs and all of that. So you have an e-version of your hard record handbook. And with this, you can also know when you have a problem. So for someone who does not want to go into production, you want to provide data services, you know, you can go into this particular software that I'm talking about, where you provide farmers with e-record keeping platform that they can do whatever they want to do. And you at the back end, you know when there is something. For instance, if you are using so much feed and it does not tally with the weight that you're expecting, you can know from the record keeping, from the data already. So that particular person who is keeping the data for us is working with an expert that can flag, you know, kite a red flag and say, look, there is a problem. You are using this because we have what we call the feed conversion ratio. You are using 1 ton of feed, I'm expecting minimum of maybe 800 grams, 900, 1 ton, you know. So if I'm getting 500, I know something is wrong. So at the back end, you can also work with someone who is looking at possible problems. What can the problem be? Is it as a result of the quality of the feed? Is it as a result of the quality of your water? So these are the things that you can get from record keeping. And so I would invest a lot in it if I know that I can find a good data analyst that has, you know, that is working. Because you see, I think we need to realize something. Synergy is what will drive this industry forward. So you alone as a data analyst cannot do much. You need to have a nutritionist. You need to have a health scientist. So when you provide this data, people are not just supplying you with the raw data, they can also interpret the data. And when you have a whole package like that, I can tell you for free that most farmers will be willing to buy that app and subscribe to what you are doing.
Thank you very much. I like the practicality of your answer. So, Victoria, you were going on about the data before the network knocked you out. I'm sure we have the stronger network, and you still have that thought. Please, let's have it.
Okay, I'll just add a little to what Madam Mobe said. For a data analyst, the understanding of market size and the market trend is important for us farmers. So if someone can actually offer that service, where you can follow up what is the aquaculture market, what now, what is the projection, it will help farmers to make informed decisions and also know the value chains. Which value chain? For instance, processing, they are increasing demand for processed fish products. So as a fish farmer, we have this data. You can decide that, okay, I'm going to focus more of my energy on this part. Like when I started, it was based on research that I started my artificial breeding. I actually started with processing. So it was based on the information I got that there's a high demand for quality fish seeds in Kogi State that I started breeding. So data is very important in driving our production and even decisions that we make as a business. And if we must scale as a business, we need to stay informed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Is Mr. Okeleji there? Does he want to weigh in on this data matter? But before he joins, I would like to drop a penultimate question or a penultimate talking point. And that is, I like hearing success stories. So, and I also like hearing about mistakes and failures that have served as springboards for successful business. And as I see you, my panelist here, you don't have a shortage of both of them. So can you tell this audience specific success stories of your aquaculture career and the lessons you learned from it and critical mistakes that you made, and how does a new entrant, how do they avoid such mistakes? I would really appreciate practical real life experiences like you have been doing so far. I don't know if Mr. Stephen Okeleji wants to go first on this question. I know he's in transit, so okay. Any takers, Victoria or Madam Oviebo?
Yes, so sorry, please,
okay, we are with you.
Get the question. Can you just quickly?
Okay. The question is that
sorry, I was in transit and the network has been very horrible. Yeah.
We understand. So the question is that you as a professional, you have stayed in this industry for quite a number of years. You mentioned 2006, so we are looking at not less than 20, close to 20 years, not less than 10 years. So
I was actually born inside of this business. So
2006
was when I started independently as a student. All right.
Wow. That's very interesting. And so we would like your perspective. What are some success stories that you can tell us as to, okay, this was what you did? We know there is no shortcut anywhere, but at least it fast-tracked your success in the industry. And what are some of the key brick walls that you probably hit or you avoided that you want new entrants to avoid? So it's a two-in-one, success story and failure story.
Yeah. Okay, quickly, let me just give one or two instances. Success stories, for me, I remember quite a few, working, and I was also able to have the opportunity to get a soft grant from the World Bank, a grant of about $200,000 then. Wow. That was a success story for me. And that came on the wing of being identified as one of those who was pushing aquaculture as a youth then. And for challenges will never cease. So I need to prepare the minds of these young folks that they should not just go to church and be praying about them, fighting challenges. Challenges will never cease. Should be prepared for it. One thing that will take you out of challenges: number one, knowledge. Number two, your relationship with people. You must have a very solid relationship with people above you who can help, especially when you have problems. Number three, there's a God factor in everything. But I don't like to always amplify that because of our disposition to religion in Nigeria. And what you're supposed to do, you expect God to do it. And I have this popular saying, that if you pray overnight that God should move a mountain, be sure that He's going to give you a shovel in your hand the next morning to level the grounds after moving the mountains for you. So even God Himself will never allow you to go without you also having your own experience. So we should not, dwell so much on the religion thing. But basically, knowledge. And some of the hard times I've been through more hard times than good times in this industry. Like Madam said, she also has been through her own chains of challenges. But we are here to motivate you and not to scare you. Our job is to give you hope and not despair. So for me, I've been through some, terrible times that in my lifetime I've at some point contemplated suicide twice. I'm sure a few people must have had that from me, but I've not made it all that public, I remember in 2009, I had over 25,000 table fish fully stocked. I got to my farm that day. It was in July, and everything seems okay. I went home, and then it started raining, and it rained overnight. By the next morning, my staff called me and said, "Oh, guys, like this ponds are getting filled up to the brim." As if the rain was going to stop. And then it happened again, that the rain continued for the whole day. And before I knew it, the flood, in fact, the river bank pulled off, and the flood came to my farm and swept up everything. Leveled the pond, sand filled the pond, and I lost money. That was in 2009. All right. And this is it. That was a production that was already about 3 weeks to sales. So we'd done 6 months, full 6 months, and then we're waiting to say, okay, when should we start sales? So I lost all the money, I lost everything. That was enough to kill a young man. All right. Another challenge I also had at a point in time was,
cracking the back of the catfish industry. The catfish industry is what we do most in Nigeria. But now I have also taken the tangential fully. Our organization has taken the tangential fully with the conviction to over 200 million just one species of farm fish. And so we have gone basically into tilapia production on a very large scale that is quite, frightening. I had to, I overheard Victoria talking about market analysis. Yeah, we have to subject, our business at some point to that and to look at, okay, what's the value proposition? How do we reappraise this value proposition we've been bringing into the table? Okay, should we continue to do the catfish thing? Catfish industry has been oversaturated. Unfortunately, a lot of people are being crowded out of that industry at the moment. And I keep asking myself that are farmers not putting pen on paper? The cost of feed is so crazy that you cannot break even. Anybody who tells me he or she is breaking even with the catfish industry in Nigeria must be lying or must be doing some unwholesome practices. All right. And so, because you can't hide it all. You can't hide it all. People are just maintaining the cash flow and maintaining their books and having just something to go and work. I was speaking last week, I was in Dar es
Oh, it looks like we lost Mr. Stevens' network there. Let's go to
Hello? I don't know if I'm still audible.
Oh, okay. You went away for
because
a moment.
Okay. So because our young fellas needs to hear these, true life stories. It's not rocket science. Yeah. So I was saying that last week I was in Dar es Salaam and I was speaking with some farmers, delegate from Nigeria, and was asking them how they were doing with their catfish farm. And you know what it told me? That we were 1,300, about 1,300. But at the moment, we are now less than 600 farming. And out of those 1,300 before, we had people who had 4 ponds, 5 ponds to themselves. At the moment, if you have more than a pond, you must be a very strong person. So you have also, downscaled, just because, number one, the cost of feed is just not the right number. And so for those of us who are industry leaders, we must always introspect and ask ourselves, what is the way out? I have taken my time to go around the world. I've been to on the average, about 3 countries in the world. And I can tell confidently that feeding the world population is not dependent on just one species of farm. In actual fact, tilapia has remained the most popular fish that the Haitians, and when you talk about the human population in terms of demography, the Haitians have the highest demographic globally. They have always depended on tilapia, and they call it aquatic chicken. And so I came back and I said to myself that how can we continue as a people in Nigeria to depend on just consuming catfish alone to feed a population that is way over 200 million, okay? And if anybody wants to argue this, it is so easy. Thank God we have an experienced aquaculturist in the house, Mr. Wade. The digest, the GIT. All right, can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah, the network is very, very funny. I would have to hold your thoughts there, and then I will probably come back to you. We have less than 15 minutes now, so I'll come back to you if time permits us, and of course I would enjoin the audience to look for you on social media, especially LinkedIn. At the end of this session, there is a quiz. There will be a pop-up quiz, and winners of the winner in the quiz will have a fantastic gift, including having at least 30-minute session with any of the panelists, any of the facilitators of their choice. Yeah, so get ready to have the quiz at the end of the session. And of course, there is going to be digital certificates emailed to everyone who have participated in all the sessions of the master class. So I will go to Victoria now with that success story. Please help me to make it short and brief, because we want to use the last 10 minutes for question and answer. So success story, failures that you have learned from in your journey in aquaculture that new entrants can learn from and make very good use of.
Okay. My success story. Okay, I will start by laying emphasis on what Mr. Stephen said, that having a mentor is a cheat code to navigating life. I think that is my experience. My success story is would be when I won my first seed grant by British American Tobacco Nigeria Foundation. That marked the beginning of business for me, because what I thought I was doing then, by the time we were trained during the boot camp, I realized that I was not even doing the right thing. So the opportunity to learn and even being able to apply what I learned on that platform to the point of even winning the grant was really a big deal for me as a young entrepreneur. And as challenges are bound to happen, and as a business person or a new entrant, you must always prepare for risk. Though we try to mitigate risk factors, reduce risks as much as possible, but we must prepare for it. For instance, some months back, I lost all the fingerlings I produced, all of them. We had done water tests and other things that I felt should be put in place as based on what I've learned, and but then it was not enough. So, but being able to leverage on my relationship with other farmers, one of my friends had to travel from Abuja to come to the farm and also carried out some tests, took some fish samples and all of that. I had free gifts for one of my lecturers who had known me from school, Bruce Talk, and also social capital, all of these things we should leverage on them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. So, over to you, Madam Oviebo.
Thank you very much. So my success story, the story of my life, I started fish farming 25 years with 50 fish. 50, that was what I started with. And along the line, yes, through ups and downs, through it all, by the grace of God, we started, and then we were having over 30,000 fish at a time. I was one of the first people that started producing locally extruded feed in Nigeria, and all these things did not come like that. It was perseverance. The cage culture under my watch, we facilitated it. And in 8 months, we were able to have tilapia of 1 kg. That is another success story. Then the fish crackers, so basically, it's been good and bad, but then I think the good outweighs the bad. And that's why you must have the right spirit. Always say to yourself that when bad things happen, each time something happens to me, the question I ask myself is, what am I supposed to learn from it? And what can I do differently? So don't be discouraged. Just always look at it that, look, there's something that you have to learn out of this thing. For instance, when I had the broken skull about 24 years ago, we didn't know what broken skull was all about. We lost a lot of our fish, but that allowed me to start learning and doing, I did a lot of research and I learned from it. So today, when you talk about broken skull disease, I'm an authority, So I think that the lessons I learned outweighed what I lost. So in life, when you go through challenges, which will definitely happen, don't see it as if you've done something wrong. Ask yourself, what am I supposed to learn from this? What can I do differently? And when you don't give up, you continue, you are steadfast, you break grounds, I can tell you that.
Thank you very much. While you were giving that last bit, it was a Fuji song coming to my mind, a Fuji song sang in English, that the downfall of a man is not the end of his life. Thank you very much for that input. So let us quickly go to the question and answer. People are itching to ask questions, so we'll quickly go over it, and then we can take each of the questions for the next 10 minutes exactly. We have from Tosin Olonijolu. Thanks, Mommy Oluranti. Myself and my wife started a 250 capacity catfish business. I noticed the crack score disease stuff, but fortunately overcame the situation by giving our homegrown additives, organic supplements rich in phytogenics and vitamins to the fish. I followed Tiki Fish on social media and I've learned a lot as well. This information, Ma, is also vital. Thanks. Oyoyo Chidinma says, thank you for this opportunity to learn on this wonderful program. My question is, for me to start up, I need capital to start. How and where can I get capital to start? I have attended training, but to start is my challenge. Thank you. Ruth Vishima says, due to the energy costs in Nigeria presently, how easy are cost effective is the cold chain of aquaculture, like the blast freezing, sorry. Then Tosin says again, I do not want to agree with the last line of Mr. Steven. If you cut costs of feed by 50% and medication, you should make profit. Purchasing power might be issue which affects the bargaining power in the catfish bees. That is not a question. It was just an observation. He also says, at the moment, selling at 3,000 per kg, live catfish seems quite not affordable for majority of Nigerian population. So the last one is, please, how can I, this from Ifeolu Aborishade, please, how can we navigate the current rising cost of feed? So please, any of the questions you want to take, quickly take it in 30 seconds or less.
Okay, thank you. So the startup grants,
madam.
Sorry, okay. The startup grants, I really wanted to talk about that because I'm going to digress a little. At times we all think that we must get money from the bank. It's wrong. I'll tell you something, and it's a testimony. When I started business and I went to my family members to give me money, they refused to give me. Do you know what I did? I sold my wedding ring. I sold my wedding ring. A lot of us have so much inside of us. Some of us, we have clothes that we don't need. Some of us, we have things we do not need. You can sell them and start up something. Start up. You see, nobody is going to help you. That's the honest truth. It is when you are comfortable that people will want to give you money. It's funny. But when you are suffering, nobody wants to help you. So look inside of yourself. And then if you don't have anything to sell, you can offer services that will make money for you. I told someone one day, I said, look, if I have to go and sell akara and puff puff to get money, I would do it. So please, as young people, I'm challenging you today. Look inside of you and see how you can generate funds yourself without having to go to the bank. It's not going to help you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that fine insights. Thank you. Mr. Okeleji.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me quickly respond to the person who asked about the cost of feeds. It's going to be now impossible for you to do anything about it now because number one, because we are, like I said, dominantly producing catfish in Nigeria. And for you to have a better flesh, or let me say carcass weight from catfish, that means you must be able to also add in a high percentage of animal protein, and that's globally expensive. All right. So the alternative, I was explaining my thoughts the other time, that the alternative for us to be able to meet our, food fish sufficiency in Nigeria, we must look for cheaper, viable alternatives. And the tilapia production offers itself as the viable alternative for us to be able to catch up with our fish, sufficiency in Nigeria. Because you require more plant protein in your tilapia pets. And when you put the cost of plant protein and the cost of animal protein side by side, you will be saving a lot of money. You have to depend on that. So the question is the knowledge to be able to drive tilapia farming. And that should be the question young people should be saying. And then, with tilapia, you have more products you can get out of it. You can also export tilapia. If you're able to put yourself together in clusters, like Madam said, if you're able to go into aquaculture. So if you want to upscale, really, you should also be thinking of technology. There are smart technologies today to raise fish. An easy one is a cage culture system, that would also help you stay competitive. I used to say this, publicly to people that one of our farms some years back, we were spending in a month about 18 million naira on diesel, right? That is the cost, in a month on diesel. But when we decided to change strategy to go into cage culture production, we discovered that we were spending nothing on diesel than just the little gasoline you put inside the hardboard engine. And now we're even going, saying we want to be able to push this, the carbon credit agenda by saying we are going to be zero on the use of fossil fuel. So imagine you still have to run your farm on diesel, and I don't have to run my farm on diesel, and we go to the same market. I've been able to save a lot of cost. And like Madam Movebo rightly said, if you bring yourselves together, you will be able to do things together. Come together in clusters and stop doing things individually. Nigeria is a different country at the moment that everybody have got, we all have to come together and think, out of the box to see how we can survive. For young people, I tell never to be. What we should do is to continue to look for ways of reducing costs. I just gave a viable alternative to that. And if you want to even do catfish, well, you might go on plant protein, but there will be some inhibiting factors in your, feed stuffs that will also hamper the growth at the time you want. And before you know it, your harvest time increases as against you making that harvest time shorter. So I'm saying that there are viable alternatives. Keep engaging other stakeholders in the industry to also help you shed more light as you begin to search for more knowledge to also do your own business. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Stephen. Someone here is asking for your to be a student under your institution. So he says he follows you on Facebook, and his name is Chioma C. Chuku. I'm sure Chioma C. Chuku can send you a direct message to get this.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. You can do that.
Thank you very much. Okay, Victoria, any of the questions you want to tackle? Okay, looks like.
Okay, I just want to add to what Mr. Stephen has said, with respect to cutting down cost of feed. Tilapia is also a viable option because they require more plant-based protein. Then another suggestion I would give is integrated farming system. We can combine two so that we can maximize profits. We can combine poultry and fish farming, aquaponics, where fish waste in a recirculatory aquaculture system, fish waste is being used to raise vegetables. So as young people, we can just be creative about it. Aquaponics must not be complicated. We can use simple tools within the environment to come up with something that can increase profit for us as farmers.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Yes, So, and for me, I will be looking forward to seeing more species on the market. Yeah, I've heard tilapia now. I hope tilapia doesn't also become like catfish. I'll be looking for what's this one? Ejalson. I heard Heterotis niloticus. We heard it is also culturable and so many others like that. So please, we'll be looking forward to that. And if there are ways that you can teach the new entrants how to go into it, really, really would be appreciative of this. So this is where we'll be bringing this session to an end. It's I wish I could continue longer than this because it's been very, very insightful. I have learned a lot. It looks to me like I should ditch my day job and start aquaculture. But well, thank you very, very much, Madam Oluranti Sego Oviebo. Thank you, Victoria Emmanuel and Mr. Stephen Keleji for the fine session. I said thank you to all our audience too. Thank you to all who have stayed through the session. And all who have stayed through the session. And these are the few announcements. The Business of Agriculture holds every year. So follow the private sector advisory group, PSAG. On X, it's at PSAG Nigeria and BATN Foundation. And on X, it is at BATN Foundation. Follow these handles on social media, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on X, on Instagram for more insightful programs like this. And the conversation never stops. It continues on those handles. The recording of all the sessions are available on social media handles of that we have mentioned. PSAG Nigeria on YouTube, PSAG Nigeria on Facebook. It is available, and we'll keep the conversation going in the comment section of the recorded sessions too. There would be a quiz at the end of this session, and the winner of the quiz gets, among other things, 30 minutes mentor. Okay, gets 30 minutes mentorship with any of the facilitators of their choice. You'd also get an email at the end of the day, which contains a survey. Kindly give us your feedback. Okay, Victoria is raising her hand. You want to add something?
No, sir. Kindly tell mommy that I'm in a DM.
Okay, she has heard you. She has heard you. So, thank you very much. I must thank the PSAG Cluster 5 and the BATN Foundation Nigeria for bringing about this program in association supported by Business Day Foundation. Thank you very much, Mr. Adetola Oniyelu, Mr. Oludare Odusanya. Thank you, Mrs. Ime Olunike Alao, Dipo Oladenge, and Elizabeth Musa, who have presented a part or the other during the program. The quiz is already on the screen. You can start answering it now. And so I am signing out On behalf of everyone who has had everything to do, who has contributed to the success of this masterclass, I say thank you very much for being with us. My name is Temiloluwa O Bambushe. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. And see you in 2025. True, please hold on, we'll announce the winner. Don't wait, sorry, don't go yet. We'll announce the winner now.